Hello everyone, and welcome back to another video. This is the 7th episode of the story, where Naruto is raised by Jiraya and Tsunade. Remember to like, share, and subscribe to the channel after watching the video. So, let us begin. Naruto, Hinata, and Haku were celebrating that the three of them had passed. The celebration turned even better when Tsuchi decided to treat them to the first bowl of ramen, as a way to reward and encourage them for their hard work. Whoa, thanks old man. Naruto cheered as he started to wolf down the food. But remember, just the first bowl. I am, reminded Naruto, shaking her index finger at him. Seriously, with that bottomless pit you call a stomach, we can't be too generous with you or else you'll bankrupt us. Everybody, including Naruto, laughed at Iam's jab. By the way, how is that your sensei is not here celebrating with you? It's as much a victory for her as it is for you, given that she taught you and all that, Tsuchi asked. Kurenai sensei went to a bar with the other senseis to celebrate on their own, Hinata replied. She didn't say anything, but she's a bit miffed that she won't be training any of us for the finals. Though, she will check on our progress every few days. How so? Iam asked. I will be training with Dad, Hinata with her mom and Haku with Zabuza, Naruto explained. Kurenai sensei is a great teacher, but unfortunately for her, we have other people better suited to train us in our specialties, Haku added. Then again, I might ask her to continue training me in Genjutsu if I have some time. I don't think Genjutsu will be very useful against an Uchiha. The Sharingan can see through all but the most potent of Genjutsu, Hinata interceded. I know, Haku replied. But Sasuke won't be my only opponent. If I win, I'll get to fight either Choji-san or that Kumo Kunoichi, and I think Genjutsu will work on them just fine. After all, Genjutsu pretty much gave Haku the victory against Lee. His newfound enthusiasm about it was understandable. How do you feel about fighting Sasuke? Naruto asked as he finished his bowl. I'm going to admit that I'm a bit worried. Sasuke-san is really strong, and I never managed to beat him in the academy. I know how he fights, but that won't be enough. Plus I'm sure his brother and Shisui-san will train him this month, and I know that those two are among Konoha's strongest. Well, you're going to train with a swordsman of Kiri, Naruto replied. Your teacher isn't that bad, you know. Don't get me wrong, I wasn't doubting about Zabuza-sama's teaching capabilities, but I will need to learn all I need to defeat Sasuke-san. Besides, I'll have to make sure he doesn't get angry. Sasuke is really vicious when angry, Haku recalled. Naruto shivered upon remembering Sasuke's fight with Neji. Indeed. I know that idiot had a short fuse, but that boy, that was too much. I swear he would have killed Neji if Shisui didn't intervene. Let's hope Shizunichan can knock some sense into that thick skull of his. And if he does something to you, Naruto cracked his fingers. Well, I'll make sure he regrets such a thing. Haku smiled at the blonde. Thanks for wanting to avenge me, but I'm sure that it won't be necessary. Then again, even if Sasuke shows restraint, it won't be an easy fight. I'm a bit jealous of Hinata-san, her opponent isn't that strong. Well, Tamaki-san might not have been the strongest kunoichi of our class, but underestimating your rival is unwise, Hinata replied. Besides, her fighting style is wild and chaotic, and thus hard to fight against. I'm sure that you'll do fine, Naruto reassured. What about you, Naruto-kun? We don't know anything about those Suna ninja, but you seem to know them really well. What do you know about the girl? Temari? He was about to reply, when something dawned upon him. Well, I know her, but I never saw her fighting until yesterday. She's really good with wind jutsu, even better than me, so I guess that won't be an option. Anyway, I'm sure Dad can teach me something to help me beat her. By the way, Haku interceded. There's a high chance we might end up fighting each other. In fact, you two will end up fighting each other if you win your first match. Naruto and Hinata looked at each other, a bit shocked upon hearing Haku's words. Sure, they had fought a lot in the past, but those were sparring matches in which both of them held back a lot. And they couldn't afford holding back if they wanted to become Chunin. We'll worry about that when the moment comes, Naruto said, dismissing the topic at hand. Not far from there, Sasuke was heading towards his house. After listening to what appeared to be hours of both Shizune and Shisui chastising him for his brutality during the match with Neji, Karen had asked Sasuke to go to celebrate together their victories. Sasuke declined it before Sakura had any time to protest. The Uchiha wasn't in the mood for any sort of celebration. All he wanted to do was head home, have some light dinner, sleep and erase this day from his memory. However, when he arrived home, he'll find a surprise waiting for him. Hello, little brother. I presume that you made it to the finals, am I right? Sasuke blinked, and repressed the urge to show a smile. Itachi? Good, you still remember me. I was worried, given how little time we spend together now, Itachi chuckled as he walked towards Sasuke. As for my question, Sasuke averted his gaze. Yeah, I passed. The finals are in 1 month. Good. I suggest you to get a good night of sleep, because starting tomorrow, you're going to train as you never did before, Itachi told him. Sasuke frowned a bit. Yeah, I had that in mind, then, a realization dawned upon the youngest Uchiha. Wait a minute, are you going to train me? Sure. Or do you prefer somebody else? Itachi asked. Sasuke shook his head. No, it's not that. It's that, well, with your new job do you have time for that? Itachi's mouth curved into a smile. I took this month off. Let's say that Hokage-sama owed me some vacation weeks, and I'm going to take them now. Really? That's great. Sasuke said in an unusual display of cheerfulness. Good to see that the news improved your mood a bit. Because I can tell that something happened to you today that soured your mood. At first I thought that maybe you didn't make it to the finals, but it looked like it was something else. Well, it was something that I did during the preliminaries, Sasuke began, but Itachi held up his hand. It's okay, you don't have to tell me. At least not now. Go and make yourself some dinner if you're hungry, and go to bed. Tomorrow you will tell me everything, and whatever wrong you did, we'll make sure to fix it, Itachi reassured. Sasuke doubted that, but decided not to contradict his brother, and he was too tired for another argument. It was better to do what Itachi said. At the same time, in a bar of Konoha, the 5 Jonin sensei of the Konoha teams that made it to the finals were also celebrating their victory. To our genin. May their victory in the finals be swift and decisive. Asuma said, raising his glass, and the other 4 joined his toast. You know, I can't help but find it funny that, with the exception of Tenten, all the genin that passed to the finals are actually rookies, Kakashi commented. Well, this generation has a lot of potential, Shizune chimed in. We have quite a few clan heirs, and those who aren't have displayed a lot of talent. Not to mention Jiraiya-sama's academy reform. But still, you'd think that age and experience would triumph over potential, Kakashi continued. Many Konoha teams that took the exam multiple times barely made it to the second phase. I know luck is a factor in these exams, but the fact that no veteran genin from the previous exams made it to the final speaks poorly either of the genin themselves, or their sensei, Kurenai mentioned as she took a sip of her drink, then smiled cockily. And my guess is the latter. Asuma chuckled. Of course you'd say that, the only sensei whose whole team made it to the finals. Well, my team would have made it to the finals too if Sakura didn't have the misfortune of fighting Naruto, Shizune added, clearly miffed by Kurenai's comment. You might not see it now, but Naruto's scarily strong. In a few years, he'll leave all of us in the dust. Like I said before, luck is also a factor, Shizune-chan, Kurenai replied as she winked at the medic Nin, while Shizune stuck her tongue out at the genjutsu mistress. Well, it's all great that at least one of our respective genin made it to the finals, but the exam is not over yet. Pretty much the opposite, the worst is yet to come. Guy exclaimed. Upon noticing the looks he was getting, the green-clad Jonin decided to get to the point. What are your training plans for your genin? Everybody stared at Guy incredulously, who was still expecting an answer, while flashing his impossibly white and pearly smile. Guy, some of our genin will fight each other. Not all of them in the first round, like Tenten, but if Tenten wins her match, then there's a chance she will fight another Konoha genin. You can't expect us to tell you what kind of training are we going to give our genin, Kakashi calmly explained. Guy was taken aback. What? You think I'm asking you this in order to gain some leverage? Come on Kakashi, that would be mostly unyouthful. We're all Konoha ninja, and we should be in this together. I asked because maybe we could trade training tips and advice, nothing else. Well, I can tell you what I'm going to do, nothing, Kurenai dryly replied. Before Guy could voice his reaction, the red-eyed woman continued. Naruto is going to be trained by Jiraya, Hinata by her clan, and Haku by Zabuza, and I think that Yugao and Hayate may train him too. Which means that other than making weekly checks on their progress, I have nothing to do. Really? Shizen asked, her interest piquing. Because if that's the case I might ask you for a favor, the same goes for me. Choji is going to train with his clan, but I know I can still teach him a few useful things before the finals begin, Asuma interjected. Well, the only one of my genin who passed has no clan to train her, so lucky me, I'll spend the whole month training Tamaki, Kakashi added, and then turned at Guy. And I believe that you're going to the same with Tenten. True. But that doesn't mean that my two other genin will spend the month slacking off. They will keep their flames of youth as bright as they were when they entered the exam. Guy replied. Still, you should focus more on Tenten. She's the one who will fight for a promotion, the white-haired Jonin insisted. Especially given who she will be fighting against in the first round. Indeed. That Gaara kid is sure something. I'm glad Choji doesn't have to fight a Jinchuriki. At least in the first round, Asuma added, as he took a sip from his sake. Shizen perked up, as if she suddenly remembered something important. Oh, speaking of Jinchuriki, I believe there is another one in the finals besides Naruto and Gaara, that girl from Taki. Fu, I think is her name. She has displayed unusual abilities, but Naruto didn't tell me anything. How do you reach such conclusion? Kurenai asked her. My genin told me. Karen said that her chakra was very potent, and it felt as if she has two kinds of chakra in her body, the medic Nin explained. Well, for if we count the sensei of the Kyumo team, Kakashi punctualized. But he won't fight in the finals, so it's kind of a moot point. Still, it's kind of suspicious that the Raikage allowed his brother to come here unsupervised, Asuma pondered. Oh, I'm sure he isn't unsupervised, Kurenai added. Asuma turned at her. What do you mean, that there are Kyumo spies among us right now? Indeed they are, it was Kakashi who answered. Though they'll be more focused on keeping an eye on the Jinchuriki than anything else. Still, we better keep our eyes open, just in case, Kurenai added. Isn't that part of our job description? Shizen asked with a chuckle. Next day, Training Ground 3 Naruto and Jiraiya were at their usual training ground, ready to begin the former's training for the finals. Jiraiya contemplated his adoptive son, pensive. He was overflowing with excitement, and for good reason. He looked far more confident than usual. Guess that being one of the few to make it to the very end of the exams out of the 100 genin who took part in the exam had such effect on him. Okay, you've been doing great so far, but now things will get really uphill. You won't have your teammates to rely upon if things go wrong, plus you need to do your best to impress the examiners, Jiraiya explained. Naruto rolled his eyes. Yeah, I know. You explained that when the preliminaries ended. I have memory, you know. Jiraiya chuckled. Yeah, sorry. I wanted to make sure that you know what you're going against. By the way, are you the real dad or a shadow clone? Naruto asked, remembering that after Jiraiya had become Hokage, Naruto almost never trained with the real one. "I'm the real Jiraiya," the Sannin replied, and before Naruto could say anything, he added, "Sarutobi-sensei is standing in for me until the finals begin. I want to make sure you have the very best overseeing your training. Now, your first opponent, Temari, looks to be quite strong, and has very powerful wind jutsu, which means that I shouldn't use my own wind jutsu to counter hers. I can reach that conclusion on my own, Dad. Can we just start the training?" Naruto impatiently asked. "Besides, Temari won't be the only opponent I'm going to face. She will be the only if you lose against her," Jiraiya added, making Naruto frown. "So we need to make sure such a thing won't happen. She specializes in long-range jutsu, so if you manage to reach her in hand-to-hand combat, victory will be yours. Okay, get close to her, and strike her down, got it? Do you have a jutsu that can help me with that?" Naruto asked. "While I was planning to teach you a new jutsu, I believe you won't need it to defeat Temari. Between your clones and the toads, you should be fine. That's why you will train to improve those two jutsu. Your clones need to be stronger, and you need to learn to summon toads stronger than Gamikazu." "I already summoned stronger toads," Naruto countered. "Intentionally?" The blonde awkwardly scratched the back of his head, and smiled sheepishly. "Okay, you got me there. But about that new jutsu?" "Ah yes. My fault for mentioning it so soon, but guess that the sooner you see it, the sooner you will master it." Jiraiya extended his arm, and opened his hand. "Okay, take a look at my hand." Naruto did so, and while he didn't see anything at first, soon a spinning sphere of pure chakra appeared on the Sannin's hand. "Now, behold," Jiraiya said before smashing the chakra ball against a large boulder, shattering it completely on impact. After being stunned for a few seconds, Naruto was starry-eyed. "Whoa! That was so cool. What is that jutsu?" Jiraiya smiled, pleased he got the desired reaction. Though in Naruto's case, it wasn't that hard. The kid was easy to impress. "That is the Rasengan. A jutsu developed by your father, the fourth Hokage." "Great. Then with that jutsu, no opponent will stand in my way." Naruto cheered as he imagined himself easily defeating all his potential opponents with the Rasengan. "Slow down, kid. You're going to need something more than a strong jutsu to impress the judges. There's more to being a Chunin than mere power. But it will definitely help." Now, Jiraiya made a hand seal, and 6 Jiraiya clones appeared besides him. "We will take advantage of the shadow clones to speed up the training. Create 20 clones." Naruto did so, and created as many clones as Jiraiya requested. "I can create more if you want." "No, that will be enough," Jiraiya replied. "That way, there will be 3 Narutos for every me. Now, the real you and 2 clones, come with me. The rest, form groups of 3, and follow one of my clones each." All Narutos looked around and followed the Jiraiya that was closest to them, until all of them were gone, leaving the original Jiraiya and Naruto with just 2 clones. "My clones will work with your clones in other areas that I think you could improve a little, like the aforementioned summons. Now, you will start practicing the Rasengan." "Great. What do I do?" Jiraiya pulled a sealing scroll from under his clothes. "The learning process consists in 3 steps. Now, you will need this for the first step," Jiraiya said as he unsealed the scroll's contents, revealing a large open cardboard box. The 3 Narutos quickly went to check the box, and their excitement faded upon seeing its content. "Water balloons?" Naruto incredulously asked. "Indeed. Now, get to work." Hyuga Estate Hinata began her training with a spar against Niji, her attacking and him mostly defending from his cousin's palm strikes. From time to time, Hikari, who was watching the match, would point whenever Hinata was doing anything wrong. "Come on Hinata, a bit faster." Speed is essential for the gentle fist. Hikari pointed out. Why yes, mother. Hinata replied, as she tried to attack at a faster pace. It made little difference for Niji, who continued blocking her strikes as if nothing had happened. After a few minutes, Hikari told them to switch roles, now Niji being the attacker and Hinata the defender. Niji attacked very slowly at first, but Hikari told him to increase his attack speed, until Hinata was no longer able to keep up with him, and was overwhelmed. Okay, that's enough, Hikari told them, and the two teens immediately stopped. I think I already saw enough. Mother? Hinata fearfully asked, afraid of her reaction. The two of you, follow me outside, Hikari said, leaving both Hinata and Niji a bit confused, but decided to obey her. Once outside, Hikari cleared her throat before she began to speak again. I made you spar since I wanted to get a good look at your level with the gentle fist. She looked at her daughter. Niji's level is above yours, but I believe that your level is still good enough to learn a new technique that will become really useful for the Chunin exam finals. Now watch. Heavenly Spin. And without further ado, Hikari started to spin and turned into a spinning blue chakra dome. Hinata and Niji already saw her using that move against the Uchiha that invaded their home 5 years ago. This is the Heavenly Spin, our clan's ultimate defense. In order to use it, you need to spin at a high speed while releasing chakra from every tenketsu in your body at the same time. It's not easy to learn, but I think that you can learn the most basic version before the finals, the Hyuga matriarch explained. Alright mother, I won't disappoint you. I'll make sure I'll learn the Heavenly Spin in time, Hinata stated, trying to sound determined. Doing so would leave the clan in a good place. Hikari-sama, if may I ask, why do you need me to teach this technique to Hinata-sama? Niji asked. I didn't bring you here to be my assistant, Niji-kun. You'll be learning this jutsu as well, Hikari said, smiling warmly at Niji. The Hyuga prodigy was taken aback. But the Heavenly Spin is a main house technique. I'm not allowed to be taught such a move. While what Niji said was true, there was no rule against trying to learn main house techniques on your own, something Niji had already started to do. So? The branch house's role is to protect the main house, so it's in my interest for you to be stronger. Besides, I'm the clan head, so my word is law, Hikari firmly stated. Now watch carefully, I'll explain you the steps to learn this technique. Training Ground 9. The entire medical squad, minus their only male member, was in their usual training spot. Since Sasuke was going to be trained by his family and Karen had no one to train her, Shizun would dedicate most of her time to train the redhead. Shizun-sensei? Karen asked, while eyeing the pinkette. Yes, Karen, the medic Nin replied. Why is Sakura here? Are you going to train her alongside me? Karen asked, though it made it sound like it was an accusation, something Sakura didn't appreciate in the slightest. Why, yes, of course. Just because she didn't make it to the finals doesn't mean that I should forget about her. What kind of neglectful sensei would do that? The black-haired woman asked to one in particular. Meanwhile, on another training ground not far from there, a certain silver-haired jonin sneezed. Shouldn't you focus on me instead? I mean, I'm the one with a promotion at stake, Karen told her. As much as I hate to admit it, Sakura interceded while gritting her teeth. Karen has a point. I really appreciate the thought, sensei, but Karen needs you more than I do. For the time being, at least. Neither of you should worry. I'm going to focus on Karen, while I asked a friend to take over your training until the exam ends, Shizun explained. Before Sakura could have a chance to ask anything else, Shizun looked at something behind the girls and smiled. And there she is. Sakura and Karen turned around to see Kurenai walking towards them. She also smiled and waved at them. I believe you already know Naruto-kun sensei, Kurenai, Shizun said. Like I said before, she will teach you a couple things that I believe will make you a more versatile kunoichi. Good morning, everybody, Kurenai greeted. Then she looked at Sakura and smiled. Ready for the training? Sure, Sakura awkwardly replied. Don't get me wrong, I appreciate that you're taking time to train somebody who didn't even make it to the finals, but shouldn't you be training Naruto and his teammates? Yeah, I should. But Naruto is training with Hokage-sama, Hinata with her clan, and Haku with Zabuza, so I have quite a lot of spare time this month, Kurenai explained, sounding not too happy about not being involved in her genin's training. I see. And what are you going to teach me? The Pinkette asked. Genjutsu. From what Shizun told me, you have quite the chakra control, which is a must for Genjutsu, Kurenai explained. Sakura couldn't help but smile a bit upon being praised for something. Yeah, they told me that. That's one of the reasons for becoming a medic nin, a fine chakra control is a must as well. Okay, we should put some distance while training so we don't get in each other's way, Shizun suggested. Kurenai nodded in agreement. Maybe we should meet in a couple hours or so for a spar. Alright. Come on Sakura, there's much for you to learn. Kurenai enthusiastically stated as she turned back and started to walk. Uchiha training ground Sasuke was unable to dodge the fist aimed to his face, which impacted with such force that sent the young genin into the ground, spinning. Despite restricting himself to taijutsu, Itachi wasn't kidding when he said that he wasn't going to hold back during the training session. Come on, get up, we just got started, Itachi said. Rubbing his pained jaw, Sasuke complied. Alright, but this time, I get to use the Sharingan. Absolutely not, Itachi coldly stated. Oh come on, why not? Sasuke asked in frustration, throwing his hands into the air. What's the point of having a Sharingan if I can't use it? It's due to some sort of misguided attempt of giving my enemies a fair fight? What's the point of learning hand-to-hand combat, if we have kunai? What's the point of learning to use kunai, if we have shuriken? What's the point of using shuriken, if we have ninjutsu? Itachi asked in rapid succession, leaving Sasuke utterly flabbergasted. It was then that the third Uchiha, who was a mere silent spectator, decided to intervene. What your older brother is trying to make you realize is that the Sharingan is a tool, no different from kunai and shuriken, and you should learn to fight without relying too much on it, Shisui calmly explained. The Sharingan should be our trump card, not a crutch to replace genuine skill. But in a real fight, I will always use the Sharingan. If I have an advantage over the enemy, it would be stupid not to use it, Sasuke countered. Yes, but there will be times in which you won't be able to use the Sharingan, such as having your chakra reserves depleted. If you develop your reflexes and skill with the Sharingan, they will be gone if you can't use it, Itachi added. Think about training with weights. It makes training far more grueling, but when you remove them, you feel much lighter and move much faster. Think of not using the Sharingan as the weight in question, Shisui continued. Besides, there's more to that. If you rely too much on the Sharingan, your enemies will develop ways to counter it, and then you'll be defenseless, Itachi added. Sasuke was skeptical. Really? How can the Sharingan be countered then? A mere smoke bomb will suffice, was Itachi's answer. Remember that, unlike the Byakugan, the Sharingan can't see through solid matter or walls of mist or smoke. Plus your opponent is Zabuza's protege, who knows how to use the hidden mist jutsu, Shisui mentioned. I'm 99% sure he'll try to use that in order to get you. So not only should you learn not to rely on your Sharingan, but not even on your eyes. Oh come on, Sasuke scoffed, throwing his hands in the air. So that means no Sharingan until the finals, Itachi stated. Enough chit-chat, let's resume the spar. We won't stop fighting until you manage to land a hit on me. Sasuke groaned, but complied. The youngest Uchiha adopted his usual fighting stance, and charged at his elder brother. Training Ground 28. Many of Konoha's training grounds had something that made them special. The Forest of Death has an extremely deadly fauna. The shipyard is set in the middle of a very large lake. And many others had some sort of characteristic to emulate any possible environment a ninja might find themselves in. On the other hand, all what Training Ground 28 had was a small river crossing it, which made it a perfect place for water release users. At least, that was on a normal day. Today, it had something that made it special. A very thick fog covered the place. And inside that fog, a certain genin was looking for his target. Pulling a few sunbon from his tool pouch, Haku prepared to strike. "Gotcha," he whispered as he threw the metal needles at when he though his target lied, only to hear the sound of the sunbon stabbing on the ground. What? A kunai appeared on his throat. Haku raised his arms in defeat. "If this was a real fight, you would be dead," his prey-turned-hunter told him in cold delight. Soon, the fog began to dissipate. "Agreed. Though I don't think the proctors will allow death to happen in the exams, so you shouldn't be worried, Zabuza-sama," Haku replied. Zabuza raised a non-existent eyebrow and shook his head in disappointment. "This place has surely corrupted your mind if you think like that. Haku, you must treat every moment as a life-or-death situation. Never let your guard down, and be ready to kill. Otherwise, you won't be prepared to face enemies that will try to kill you." "I already faced enemies that tried to kill me, Zabuza-sama. I believe I told you about my mission in the Land of Sound. We had to face one of the Sannin and his top underling," Haku explained. Zabuza remained unconvinced. "And just because you saw your sensei fighting Orochimaru, you think you already saw everything?" Zabuza asked in a very disapproving tone. "Haku, when we return to the Land of Water, we will have to face opponents far worse than the Sannin, hard to believe as it may be. And I don't need you to let this place make you feel complacent. It could end in your death. Or worse, in my death. You'll know such thing won't happen. I'll die before letting anybody cause you any lasting damage," Haku quickly stated. "That's the problem, that you might die and still won't accomplish anything," Zabuza pointed out. "Haku, in the face of our long-term goal, promotions in this village means nothing. But even then, this exam will be a great chance to test your skills. And if you defeat that Uchiha, you will be one step closer to being the ally I need to conquer the Mizukige's hat." Haku raised an eyebrow. "Ally? Not a tool?" Zabuza grunted, and looked away. "Ally, tool, they're the same. Let's not waste more time, we have less than a month to get you ready for this," Zabuza said as he made a hand seal, and the fog covered the training ground again. Haku nodded, and prepared to fight Zabuza without the aid of his eyes once more. Downtown Konoha, a couple days later after a nice lunch at home, Naruto decided to go for a walk before resuming his training with Jiraya. Even with clones, learning the Rasengan was way harder than he had originally expected. Of course, that wasn't nowhere near enough to deter him from trying, but even if he loved challenges, his relatively slow progress left a sour taste in his mouth. He was hoping that either Hinata or Haku could hang out with him, but both of them were dedicating almost all their spare time to train. So since he had nobody to talk to, or even spar against, Naruto guessed that his walk would be short-lived, and would return with his adopted father as soon as he grew bored. However, there was something that snapped Naruto from his thoughts. A presence. Naruto wasn't a sensor, but he could sense a certain person nearby, whose presence subtly pulled him towards it. With nothing better to do, Naruto decided to follow this. His senses brought him to an almost empty bar, with a couple patrons in the counter, and a man sitting alone in one of the tables. Naruto immediately recognized the man as a Kyumo ninja. The skin color was a dead giveaway, and more specifically, as the sensei of the only Kyumo team who made it to the prelims. And, if you remember correctly, this man was, according to Jiraya, is the Jinchuriki of the Eight Tails. So that's why I sensed him. Guess that the Kyubi just wanted to meet one of his old friends again, Naruto deduced. As if, the Kyubi unexpectedly replied. Do you think I have any interest in associating with any of those weaklings? Naruto shrugged. I don't see why not. They're your kin, right? Or do you hate them too, just like you hate humans? You know very little about me to make such assumptions, brat, the Kyuubi scoffed. I know that you hate a lot of things. Maybe there is stuff you like? Naruto asked. There is. A good massacre of your kind. The screams of terror are music to my ears, the Kyuubi replied. Naruto sighed, and shook his head. You're hopeless. But you know what? Maybe that guy can help with that nasty attitude of yours. This time, it was the Kyuubi who shrugged. You're welcome to try. After finishing his mental conversation with his host, Naruto approached the man, Killer Bee, if his memory was right. He was writing something on a notebook, while he took a sip from a cup of sake from time to time. Hello, I'm Naruto Uzumaki. Naruto cheerfully said. Killer Bee raised his eyes from his notebook and stared at Naruto for a couple seconds, before going back to writing. Rude, Naruto angrily thought. Hey, don't ignore me like that. Step aside, don't you see I'm occupied? Killer Bee replied. Doing what? Naruto asked, taking a look at the Kyuumo ninja's notebook. Is that a song? Do you write songs as a hobby? Killer Bee glared at Naruto. Hobby? Hobby? Killer Bee is no amateur, and saying so my wrath will incur. My lines and my rhymes are pretty sweet, all who listens to them are in for a treat. Okay, okay. Geez, you are so susceptible, Naruto replied. What do you want, brat? I'm occupied, didn't you notice that? Killer Bee asked. Okay, I'll go directly to the point, Naruto breathed deeply before continuing. I know you're a Jinchuriki. Killer Bee stared at Naruto. Not in shock, but as if the blonde had said something obvious. So, do you want a prize? You must think you're pretty wise. I also know that you have control over your tailed beast, Naruto continued. I'd like to know if you could teach me. Hm. So this is the kid that Jiraya guy mentioned those years ago, Killer Bee thought. He's the splitting image of the yellow flash. His son, maybe? I'm sorry kid, but I already have people to train, and having more would be quite the pain, Killer Bee replied. Naruto sighed in defeat. He was forced to admit that there was some truth in those words. Besides, he was a ninja of a non-allied foreign village. He wouldn't aid a potential enemy like that. Nice work, champ, the Kyuubi laughed. Shut up, you furball. Naruto snapped back. Naruto then decided that it was time to do something productive, and went back to his usual training ground. Nighttime, Senju residence, a few days later. When was the last time we did this? Jiraiya asked, as he poured some sake in a couple cups. I don't even remember doing this in the first place, Tsunade replied as she gulped her cup in one drink. Turns out being married, taking care of children and having jobs that affect thousands of people doesn't leave you with too much time and energy for these kind of stuff. Who would have guessed? See? This is why I didn't want to be Hokage. Seriously, Sarutobi-sensei might not be able to be a ninja anymore, but it's not that you need unique combat skills to do paperwork, you know? Jiraiya complained as he also finished his sake in one sip. I think that sensei deserves to enjoy his twilight years in peace. He had been a Hokage for far longer than the other three put together, Tsunade replied. How is that you never take my side? The white-haired man protested. I'll take your side when you make a valid point, Tsunade replied before pointing at her empty cup, which Jiraiya proceeded to refill. Besides, isn't sensei pretty much filling for you full-time now? Hey, it's a special circumstance so I can train Naruto. Besides, sensei himself admitted that he didn't know what to do with all the spare time he has now, Jiraiya countered. Contrary to what Koharu and Hamura claim, being an advisor doesn't have much of a workload. Speaking of which, how's Naruto's training going? Did you teach him anything new? Tsunade asked. With the shadow clones, the training is going way better than I could hope. I can train Naruto at multiple areas at once, and check this out, he learned how to do the Rasengan. Jiraya proudly announced. Tsunade stared at Jiraya in disbelief for several seconds. What? She flatly asked. You taught Naruto an A-rank ninjutsu? Like, seriously? I thought that Naruto needed something with some more packing power, you know? Besides, given that it was one of Minato's signature jutsu, I find it fitting, Jiraiya explained. Tsunade remained skeptical. I don't know. Do you think he's ready to handle such a jutsu? The sooner he learns it, the sooner he'll be able to master it. He still takes too much time preparing the jutsu, but he got the basics down pretty quickly. Still, I told him to keep the Rasengan as a last resort, Jiraiya told her. Speaking of which, I decided it was about time to introduce Kaida and Hagane to the basics of elemental ninjutsu. Especially Kaida, since she needs to master her wood release. Thank goodness we have Tenzo, Tsunade mentioned. Nice. We can't forget about the training of the Hokage's other children, right? Jiraiya asked with a wide grin. And how did it go? Good, albeit something really weird happened while I was trying to determine Hagane's affinity. Tsunade then proceeded to retell what happened earlier that day. Training ground 4. Earlier that day Kaida was in front of an unmasked ANBU, a man her mother told her his name was Tenzo. For some reason, this man also had wood release just like her, despite not being part of the Senju clan. When she asked Tsunade about it, Tsunade told her that it was classified information. When Kaida asked what classified meant, Tsunade told her, shut up and get to the training already. Wood release is a combination of two basic elements, earth and water. But I'm sure you know this already, don't you? Tenzo asked. Kaida merely nodded. I know that you've experimented with wood release, but did you try to use an earth or water ninjutsu? This time, Kaida shook her head. And why's that? Because wood release is way stronger and cooler than water and earth release, Kaida replied, as if stating something obvious. True. But given that wood release is a complex element, you won't be able to master it completely unless you master its components. That's why, before we start with wood release, we'll train on its components first, Tenzo explained. Kaida puffed her cheeks and crossed her arms indignantly. But that sucks. I want to master wood release now. I know, but you can't run if you don't learn to walk first. Besides, earth and water release will provide you abilities that wood release lacks. While not technically necessary, mastering the basic elements makes mastering the complex one much easier, and this is especially true for wood release, since it's different from the other elemental combinations. Kaida raised an eyebrow. Different? How so? Fire and earth produce lava. Water and wind produce ice. Earth and lightning creates explosions. And many more. Can't you guess what makes wood release different from the elemental combinations I just mentioned? Tenzo asked. Kaida spent a few minutes thinking, until the answer came to her mind. Unlike ice or lava, wood and plants are actually alive. Exactly. Tenzo replied. You're not only combining two elements, you're creating life. That's what makes wood release such a special element, and that's why all its previous users had such a potent life force. But before you can tap that power, you need to learn how to use earth and water first. Are you ready then? Kaida sighed, and reluctantly nodded. Meanwhile, not far from there, in the same training ground, Tsunade was about to introduce Hagane to the basics of elemental ninjutsu as well. Alright son. So far, you're doing pretty good on your medical ninjutsu training, but I know you're going to need something more potent if you want to defend yourself, and you're nowhere ready enough to learn my super strength technique, Tsunade told her son. While this is more your father's specialty, I'm still good enough to introduce you to the basics. Tsunade produced a small brown paper, and handed it to Hagane. The first step is to learn your elemental affinity. Channel chakra into that paper. Right. Hagane enthusiastically said as he did what his mother told him. It turned to stone. What does that mean? Tsunade was taken aback. What do you mean, it turned into stone? Tsunade took the petrified litmus paper and examined it. No way, this thing has to be defective, eat it again. Tsunade gave him another paper, but the result was the same. Mom? Hokage asked, noticing Tsunade's worried face. Did I do something wrong? And every time I tried to give him a litmus paper, it turned to stone. What does that mean? No element has such a reaction. Tsunade wondered aloud. Actually, I know something that causes petrifaction. Nature chakra, Jiraya told her. What? You're implying that our son's affinity is not an element, but nature itself? That's ridiculous. Tsunade protested. I'm not saying it's not, but it makes sense. Remember when Hokage used that power-boosting ability of his? It felt a lot like nature chakra, albeit more refined. I would need to make a few tests to determine if that's the case, though that will have to wait since I'm busy with Naruto, Jiraya explained. What I'm supposed to do then if we don't know his real affinity? The blonde Sannin asked. Introduce him to the basics of elemental manipulation. I'm sure that there will be an element that will have an easier time mastering. Given that Kaida's affinities are earth and water, try those for starters, Jiraya explained. Or maybe I could postpone this and continue with medical jutsu. He's almost as good as I was at his age, Tsunade added. You know, like you said, this may sound ridiculous, but maybe Hokage might be the first bearer of a new bloodline limit. I knew that there was something more to that power-boosting ability. Jiraya then couldn't help but let out a hearty chuckle. Ha! My genes are so good that not only they did awake a powerful dormant bloodline limit, but they created a completely new one from scratch. Yeah, keep thinking that. Tsunade rolled her eyes, as she took a sip from her cup. I think that I've had enough. I'm going to bed. Wanna have sex? Jiraya had a huge grin on his face. Do you really need to ask? Tsunade rolled her eyes again, but smiled a bit as well. Yeah, that was dumb. Undisclosed location inside a deep, underground, sealed chamber, laid a huge green cocoon, rhythmically beating as if it was a human heart. Multiple vines came from the cocoon that were attached to several white zetsu surrounding it, each of the zetsu standing immobile, while making a hand seal. This chamber is Akatsuki's most well-guarded secret, to the point that only 2 members are aware of its existence, and have the means to access it. The place was designed so it could never be accessed even if its existence or even its location managed to fall onto enemy hands. And today marked the first day the chamber received visitors from the outside world in more than a year. From a spiraling portal, the mask-wearing Akatsuki Obito Uchiha, known as Tobi or Madara to the rest of the world, stepped out. And emerging from the ground besides him appeared Zetsu, the black and white version engulfed by a giant Venus flytrap plant. He removed his mask, since there was no danger of people learning his true identity, and without acknowledging the white Zetsu connected to the cocoon, he walked towards it and inspected it with a critical eye. How long until it opens? Obito asked one of the white Zetsu. It's hard to come up with a specific number, but I'd say 4 years. Maybe 3, one of the white Zetsu replied, not moving a single muscle from his body. That long? Obito complained. This has been going on for more than a decade. Can't you do something to speed this up? Please understand that this is a delicate process, Obito-sama, Zetsu told his leader. If we fall victim to impatience, we may end up ruining all our hard work. Nonsense. The other cocoon already opened more than a month ago. I don't see why this one takes so long, Obito protested once again. The other subject was a mere test, something to see if the process was viable. If it opened so soon it was because it held an individual with far less power than this one, Zetsu explained. Besides, what's the rush? We have all the time in the world to carry out our plans. It's not like we're on a schedule. Actually, we are, Obito corrected him. Our failure in capturing the Kyubi cost us more than we thought. Konoha is now more aware of our presence and our operations, and I'm sure they won't be above sharing their intel on us with other villages, even if they aren't their allies. You worry about Konoha too much. We dealt a crippling blow to them by instigating the Uchiha coup d'etat, Zetsu replied. While that may be true, underestimating Konoha is always a mistake, which I made not once, but twice. There won't be a third time, Obito angrily stated. Besides, Konoha is not the only thing I'm worried about. I believe Orochimaru knows that there's more to Akatsuki that we let him on. Do you think the snake might be a hindrance? Zetsu asked. He's becoming harder and harder to control as of lately. I shouldn't let him start his own village, regardless of his excuses of how much it would benefit Akatsuki. Now he has a decent power base that can use to leave Akatsuki whenever he feels we are of no more use to him. Should we dispose of him before that happens then? Zetsu suggested. Obito shook his head. Not yet. Unfortunately, I still need him. Besides, he more than likely made preparations in case we decided to go after him. Then what should we do? Obito smirked at his two-faced servant. Easy. We're not the only ones interested in seeing Orochimaru's demise, are we? Zetsu smirked back. I see where you are going with this, boss. I'll make the preparations immediately. Good, Obito placed his mask back on his face. But first, make sure our current guest feels as comfortable as possible. And thus, both men disappeared from the chamber, each using their own method of teleportation. Naruto spread his right hand, focused his mind, and channeled his chakra through his arm. Rasengan. The spiraling blue sphere formed above the blonde's open palm, small at first, but started to grow with each second, until its growth suddenly stopped. Naruto tried to focus even more, as he forced the sphere to expand. Come on Naruto, you almost have it. Jiraiya cheered him on. It's too hard. Naruto replied, visibly struggling. You're doing fine. Remember, don't force the contained chakra too much, let it flow freely. Jiraiya continued. It's easier said than done, the blonde protested. During that second, Naruto lost focus for a moment, and it was enough to destabilize the chakra sphere, which exploded, knocking the Jinchuriki on his back and engulfing him in a cloud of dust and dirt. Naruto? Are you okay? Jiraiya asked as he waved the dust away with hands. Why yes, the blonde replied, coughing a little. Let me try again. Actually, Jiraiya stopped him before he could. You've been working on it all morning, and you look like you could use some rest. Come on, we can continue later. Jiraiya then sat under their usual tree and patted a spot alongside him, hinting Naruto to take a seat beside him. The blonde reluctantly obliged. Don't feel so bad, kid. You're doing it fine. It took the fourth 3 years to develop that jutsu, and 6 months for me to learn it. You learned it in less than 1 week, Jiraiya praised him. Naruto didn't seem to appreciate Jiraiya's words. Yeah well, it's because I used shadow clones. Jiraiya snorted. What, and you think I didn't? And I still can't do it one-handed, Naruto continued. Neither could I, at first, but I eventually got it down. And so will you, the white-haired Sannin assured him. I guess you're right, Naruto conceded, even if he wasn't so sure himself. They spent the next minutes resting and silent. And there's where Jiraiya noticed that there was something wrong, or at least weird, with his son, since Naruto doesn't do silence. He didn't remember the last time the kid was silent by his own volition. There was something in his mind, and the Toad Sage knew it had nothing to do with either mastering the Rasengan or the impending Chunin exam finals. Hey kid, something in your mind? Jiraiya asked all of a sudden. Huh? Naruto was snapped from his thoughts, and turned to Jiraiya. No, why do you ask? You seem awfully quiet as of late. Mind telling me why? Jiraiya inquired. I've just been thinking. That's about it, was Naruto's reply. Thinking about what? Jiraiya pressed. Stuff, Naruto uncomfortably replied. Naruto, you can talk to me about anything, you know that, right? Jiraiya asked. Yeah, I know, Dad, this is nothing you should worry about, Naruto assured. Jiraiya decided not to pressure Naruto further. Alright then. They spent a few more minutes without trading a word. And Jiraiya's decision not to pressure Naruto paid back much earlier than he had anticipated. Dad, you and Mom used to be in the same team, right? Naruto asked. I believe you know that already, Jiraiya answered matter-of-factly. And when did you realize that you liked her? Jiraiya looked pensive, as if recalling the memories of a distant time. Well, now I don't feel I can tell. Truth be told, it has been so long that I feel that I have always been in love with Tsunade. Naruto frowned. Come on, you're not that old. Well, thanks, but as the years pass, memories start to fade, Jiraiya replied, and then grinned at Naruto. Why are you asking me this? Is there a girl you like? This time it was Naruto who looked pensive. That's the problem, I just don't know. Is it about that Hyuga girl, Hinata? Jiraiya asked. Naruto just nodded. That complicated things further. I thought you said you only liked her as a friend, the Toad Sage asked. Naruto sighed wearily. That's the problem. I'm not sure anymore. Hinata and I have been friends since I can remember. And it was awesome. She's nice, generous, kind, a good listener, anything anyone could ask, but now I am starting to see her under a different light, like I'm starting to notice things about her I never paid attention before, and sometimes it feels as if I'm talking to a stranger, when in the past I could talk to her about anything. Yup, sounds like a textbook teenage crush to me, Jiraiya stated. And what should I do? Should I ask her out? Wait a bit. See if she feels the same way towards me, or if she likes somebody else. Oh Kami, what if she does like somebody else? Naruto started to panic. Jiraiya put a comforting hand on his godson's shoulder. Take it easy, you know none of that. For the time being, let's focus on the training, okay? The last thing you need right now is a distraction like that. Once the exams are over, I promise I will help you with this as well. Naruto tried to calm down. Oh okay, Dad, I'll do as you say, Naruto replied. After a few seconds, the blonde realized of something. Dad, when you made the teams, why did you put me with Hinata? The two of you got along rather fine, and I thought that you'd make a great team. The fact that you were also friends with that ice release ninja, Haku, is what made me choose him for the third member. That, and the fact that the three of you had the best qualities for the assault squad, Jiraiya explained. Would you have preferred being placed on another team? Oh, no. I love my team, it's awesome. It's just I just got curious about what made you make that team, Naruto replied, then another realization dawned upon him. So if I wasn't friends with Hinata and Haku, you wouldn't have put me in a team with them? Jiraiya shrugged. Maybe. Maybe not. What I wouldn't have done is putting yourself on a team with people you don't get along with, since that would have been a huge obstacle for teamwork. For example, given the kind of relationship you have with Sasuke Uchiha, I don't think that the two of you would have made a good team. Why not? Naruto could already imagine why, but he wanted to hear Jiraiya's reasons. Well, for starters, you guys are kind of competitive. And that's something to avoid at all costs. There has been far too many failed missions and dead ninja as a result of two teammates who couldn't put their rivalry aside, and more often than not, a negligent sensei unable to instill some order in their team. There's the fact that both of you have strong personalities that lean towards leading rather than following, which would add even more troubles for the team dynamic. I myself have plenty of experience in that regard. Back in the day, your mother, Orochimaru, and myself clashed a lot over who was the team leader. And let me guess, Mom always ended up as the leader, right? Naruto said with a huge grin. Some things never change, do they? Jiraya chuckled. Anyway, some people are made to lead, others are made to follow, while others switch between leading and following depending on the circumstances. You are the first kind, while I'm the third. On the other hand, people like your teammates are clearly the second kind. Not to say that they lack initiative or are incapable of independent thought, but they usually perform better when it's somebody else issuing orders. That's why Sasuke's two teammates are people willing to follow more than lead as well. Naruto spent a few moments processing all what Jiraiya had explained. He had a pensive look plastered on his face. Wow, and you had to take into account all of that while making teams? Of course. If not, you have not one, but multiple disasters waiting to happen, Jiraiya replied. Being Hokage is way more complicated than it looks at first glance, Naruto commented. Of course it is. Why do you think that many days I come back home so late? It requires a lot of work and dedication. Imagine all the complications of having a girlfriend, of being a team's commanding officer, and imagine that the girlfriend or the team is the whole village, and you get a good picture of what being a Kage means, Jiraiya explained. He noticed that Naruto looked a bit overwhelmed as he tried to imagine it. There's a good reason for why I didn't want to take the job to begin with. Speaking of which, do you still want to become Hokage? Naruto's dubious mood instantly dispelled, and grinned widely at Jiraiya. Of course. I never back down to a challenge, and I'm not going to start now. Jiraiya smiled at him. Good to see that there's nothing that can dampen that indomitable spirit of yours. Anyway, I believe that we've been resting enough time, shall we continue the training? Right. Hyuga stayed in the main house's dojo. Neji and Hinata were in the middle of a spar under Hikari's watchful eye, a usual sight for the past couple of weeks. These fights were far more intense than their usual spars, given what was at stake, at least for Hinata. Still, Hikari was there to assure that nobody would get unnecessarily hurt. As they traded blows, Neji noticed that while still below his level, Hinata was nowhere near as slow or weak as he remembered. He never liked sparring against her due to how unchallenging she was, but now the improvement after she graduated the academy was notable. Not to say that Neji didn't improve since then either. He couldn't help but feel a little jealous of his admittedly less talented cousin having a shot at becoming Chunin, while he'll have to wait at least 6 months. But then again, Neji knew that fate was a cruel mistress. Neji couldn't help but agree with Guy, as much as it pained him, when the green-clad man told him that he could have defeated Sasuke if he hadn't engaged in such unyouthful taunting. But Neji couldn't help it. Despite being one of the Hyuga who lost the least that fateful night, especially compared to his cousin, who lost her father, the Hyuga prodigy could never forget the terror he experienced that night. And even if the rational part of his brain screamed at him that Sasuke was not to blame for the death of his clansmen, he still wanted an Uchiha to experience that same fear. It was a shame that his fear tactic had the opposite effect, and Sasuke nearly killed him. Rage is indeed a double-edged sword. A sword that, unbeknownst to him, the Uchiha clan had mastered its use for generations. He had no hope of beating one of them at their own game. Okay, I believe that's enough for today, Hikari stated. Both Hinata and Neji immediately stopped and bowed to each other as a sign of mutual respect, before walking towards Hikari so she would assess them. You two are showing noticeable improvement. Though Neji, I believe that you're pushing yourself a bit too hard, Hikari told him. I need to, if I am to become stronger. I disgraced both the clan and my team with my shameful display in the preliminaries, Neji explained. I need to better myself as soon as possible. Hikari just shook her head. But you still need to recover from the injuries you sustained during said match, and if you push yourself that much you'll only end up injured. Promise me you'll take it easy for the time being. There's still plenty of time to train until the next exams. Neji nodded. I'll do as you say, Hikari-sama. The Hyuga matriarch smiled. Good, She then turned towards her eldest daughter. Hinata, so far you've progressed at a steady pace. But I know that you can do better. Doing just fine won't be enough to impress the examiners. Your speed isn't as good as it could be. I know, mother. I'll train as hard as possible, Hinata replied. I believe that's all for the time being. We will resume training in the afternoon. Why don't you go for a walk around the village to clear your head and breathe some fresh air? Hikari suggested. We will, Niji laconically replied. See you later, Hikari-sama. Bye mother, Hinata added as she and Niji left. During the past week, Hikari decided to teach Hinata and Niji two of the clan's most powerful techniques, the 8 trigrams, 64 palms, and the heavenly spin. Niji managed to master them pretty quickly, while Hinata was still trying to do them correctly. Then again, Hinata was also trying to improve in other areas, such as medical ninjutsu or her lightning release, so if she decided to focus all her time and effort on those two techniques, maybe she would have mastered them already. The Hyuga prodigy couldn't help but feel a little bitter. Had he classified to the finals, he was positive he would be able to score a promotion, regardless of who he had to fight against. On the other hand, Hikari expressed doubt that Hinata, who did classify, would be impressive enough to be considered for a promotion, even with a complete S-rank mission under her metaphorical belt. Fate could be a cruel mistress, but he already knew that. No, Niji told himself. Fate has nothing to do with this. It was me who ruined my chances of making it to the finals. Ni-san? Hinata asked, snapping Niji from his thoughts. Huh? Is something wrong? You look worried, Hinata observed. Niji's face remained as stoic as ever. It's nothing, Hinata-sama. Say, what do you plan to do now? See if Naruto is available to have lunch with you. Hinata blushed a bit. Yes. We haven't seen each other much since the preliminaries ended. I kind of miss training with him and Haku-kun as a team. But since the three of us passed to the finals, we agreed to train on our own so we can go in blind against each other and nobody has an advantage. Wise decision, given that that's the kind of conditions you will face in real missions, Niji commented. But that doesn't mean I should completely isolate myself from them until the finals are over, don't you think so? Hinata asked, giggling a little. I guess you're right, Niji replied. I guess I'll see you in the afternoon then. Bye. As Niji saw his cousin walking away, he began to ponder what he should do with his spare time. Maybe he should go to his team's usual training ground and see how Tenten was doing. He felt a bit bad for choosing to help train Hinata instead of her, even if Tenten reassured him that she was okay with that. Still, he should go see her, check her progress, and maybe, just maybe, give her some words of encouragement would be something she'd appreciate. The Hyuga prodigy went his way towards his chosen destination when something caught his attention. A flash of red hair he caught from the corner of his eyes. Turning around, he saw that teammate of Sasuke, Karen, if he remembered correctly. She healed him with that strange power of hers after being beaten into the ground by the enraged Uchiha. He felt that the fact that she had crossed paths with him wasn't a coincidence, not that Niji believed in coincidences, mind you, and remembering that the Hyuga didn't thank her properly for her help, decided that it was a good time to mend such mistake. Hey, Niji called, raising his voice a little, as he walked towards her. Karen apparently took the hint that she was being called, and turned around to see the white-eyed prodigy. Oh, it's you. Hello. Niji, right? Indeed, Niji nodded. Excuse me, but are you currently busy with any endeavor? Maybe training? Karen shook her head. I've been training all morning with Shizen-sensei, and she gave me a couple hours to eat and rest. Why? Do you need something from me? Not exactly. I wanted to thank you for healing me during the preliminaries. The medics told me that whatever you did accelerated my recovery by weeks, Niji stated. Karen smiled a little. Well, you're welcome. I usually don't let everybody bite me, but given that it was my teammate who harmed you so much, I felt it was my responsibility to do something to fix it. Still, I think that mere verbal gratitude is just not enough, Niji continued. Oh, no, no, no. Karen shook her head while raising her hands. No need to do anything more. I'm fine, really. I insist, Niji said. Let me do something, small as it may be. Say, how about if we have lunch together? My treat. Karen's brain took a few seconds to proceed the prodigy's words. She started to blush. What? Oh, you mean that? Well, it's just that, the redhead started to babble as she averted her gaze. Karen's mind became a mess in a matter of seconds. Even if she considered herself attractive, and has been trying to make Sasuke notice her for quite some time, this was the first time a boy asked her for a date. She considered taking Niji's offer, while still thinking about Sasuke. Even if she was sure Sasuke would fall for her charms sooner or later, she had been unsuccessful so far. Besides, Niji also fit her type of ideal boy, so why not? Oh okay, she stammered. Where do you want to go? Shouldn't I be the one asking that? This for you, you know, Niji replied. Oh, right. Karen replied, giggling a bit. There's this place that serves a pretty killer okonomiyaki. You're going to love it. And thus, Niji and Karen headed towards their first date. Or at least, Karen thought it was a date. In any other circumstances, Hinata would be worried about finding Naruto. And while Hinata knew where Naruto usually trained on his own or with his parents, she couldn't go there. What if she caught him developing some new jutsu for the finals? That wouldn't be fair. Fortunately for Hinata, there was a place that she knew Naruto would drop by sooner or later, any day of the week, especially when it was lunch time, like now. Hey, Hinata. Naruto cheerfully called when he saw her. Hinata smiled. When in doubt, go to Ichiraku's. Hello, Naruto-kun, the Hyuga replied as she took a seat beside him. There was already several empty bowls of ramen besides him. Hello to you as well, Tuchi-san, I am San. The usual, I guess? I am asked Hinata. The Hyuga nodded. One chicken ramen bowl, then. It's so great that you dropped by here, Naruto commented, while eating from his bowl of ramen. We haven't seen each other much lately. Indeed, Hinata agreed. I've been very busy with training for the finals, as well as my training as a medic nin, and I kinda missed being with both you and Haku-kun. It's a pity that he wasn't able to join us. But then again, Hinata wasn't that sad that Haku couldn't be with them. Of course, she would never say that out loud. Yeah, that sucks. Guess that Zabuza is putting him through some hellish training regime, Naruto guessed. Fortunately, everything will be back to normal when the finals are over and the three of us are hopefully Chunin. Technically, things won't be the same if even just one of us scores a promotion, Hinata replied. Chunin had far more duties to attend than Genin, but not that different, I think. Yeah, it's not that we will be placed different teams or stuff like that, Naruto added. After a few moments, I am returned with Hinata's order. The Hyuga started to slowly eat her chicken ramen. So have you learned any new killer jutsu? Naruto asked. However, before Hinata could have the chance to answer, he immediately realized of what he just said. Sorry. I forgot about our agreement. It's that well, I wanted to keep talking and was the first thing that crossed my mind. Actually, it was the second, but Naruto wasn't going to say it out loud. Hinata smiled reassuringly. It's okay, there's nothing wrong with asking that. I'm sure that you have been working on a very powerful jutsu as well. Naruto's eyes grew wide, as his irises shrunk. What? How do you know that? I didn't know, I just guessed. But it's something logical, right? That you would try to learn at least one new jutsu for the finals. Well, pretty much everybody else as well. But you specially. Naruto calmed down, and laughed a bit awkwardly. Hee, I guess you're right. You know me really well, Hinata. Hinata blushed a bit. Well, when you know somebody for so long, that sentence remained unfinished. It was followed by a long, awkward silence. Technically, Hinata didn't know Naruto as well as she thought. But the blonde thought that maybe it was a good idea to let her know him a little more. Hinata? Are you, Naruto began, stuttering a bit. Are you nervous about the finals? Hinata replied a bit absent-mindedly. Well, yes I am. Not only are the stakes high for us, but we're going to fight in front of thousands of people. It's kind of hard not to feel intimidated by such thing. You know, sometimes I wish I had your spunk. Yeah, Naruto laughed a bit. Then he grew serious. Truth be told, I'm kind of scared as well. Hinata looked at him as if he just said an obscenity. What? You said it yourself. It's kind of hard not to feel nervous when you're before such a trial, Naruto replied a bit defensively. Sorry, I didn't mean to imply that you have no right to feel intimidated or overwhelmed, Hinata rectified. It's just that, well, you're so strong. I can't think why you aren't in a more optimistic mood, given that you have the best odds out of all of us to score a promotion, plus your parents' that's actually the problem. Naruto replied, raising his voice a bit. Your parents? Hinata asked, a bit puzzled. Is there something wrong with them? Did you have an argument? No, it's not none of that, Naruto replied. You know, I didn't notice it until Lee wanted to challenge me to a fight, but well, I have quite of a reputation in the village. Of course you have, Hinata smiled at him. Because you're among the strongest genin of Konoha. And soon, you will be among the strongest chunin. Naruto forced himself to smile back at her. I know that most of that reputation is thanks to my parents. Hinata grew indignant. What? That's not true. Yes it is, he fired back. My parents are ninja of renown. Walking legends. Do you think that if it wasn't for them, I would be where I am now? I can't answer that question, the Hyuga heiress replied as she started fidgeting with her index fingers. I mean, yeah, I'm sure that Jiraya-sama and Tsunade-sama helped you a lot, but I think what they did was develop your potential. If you weren't good enough, you wouldn't be here. I guess that makes sense, Naruto replied, now a bit more calm. But that doesn't change the fact that thanks to being the son of the Sannin, people expect a lot of me. I'm not worried about what people might think about me, but I can tarnish my parents' reputation if I do poorly. And if I manage to score a promotion, some people might accuse Dad of playing favorites with his son. Oh, was all Hinata could say for a few seconds as her brain processed Naruto's plight. I know that I'm your friend, and thus my opinion on you might not be unbiased, but I'm sure you won't disappoint anybody. And if you think so, I know how you feel. This time, it was Naruto who was taken aback. You do? Naruto lamely asked. Naruto-kun, I'm Hinata Hyuga, heiress of the Hyuga clan, one of the strongest clans of Konoha. There's a lot of eyes placed on me as well, Hinata reminded her blonde friend. Many people from my clan believe that I'm not a worthy successor to my late father, and they believe that I will only embarrass the clan in the finals. What? Naruto shouted indignantly. That's nonsense. Maybe. But there's nothing that I can do to fix it. Other than, of course, train as hard as I can in order to prove them wrong, Hinata calmly replied. She smiled at Naruto. At least, that's what you would do, right? Of course. Naruto proudly replied. And I'm going to show everybody what I am made of. I will master the Rasengan and leave everybody open-mouthed. Rasengan? Hinata asked. Naruto slapped his forehead. Damn it. I just revealed my trump card. Oh. Well, it's not that I can piece together on what that jutsu is based on the name alone, Hinata reassured Naruto. Do you want to see the jutsu I've been practicing, to be even? No, not at all. It was a mistake on my part, it would be unfair to you, Naruto replied. He smiled at her. Show it to me in the finals, okay? Hinata smiled at him. Okay. Speaking of which, there has been something I've also been working on, Naruto said as he began to look for something inside his ninja tool pouch. Naruto-kun, didn't we just dash? Don't worry, I'm not planning on using it during the exams. I won't be able to finish it in time, the blonde replied, finally finding what he was looking for. Ah, what is it then? The Hyuga asked, her curiosity sparked up a little. This, Naruto proudly said as he showed Hinata his incomplete work. Once complete, will be my weapon of choice. Hinata took the weapon, and looked at it closely. She wasn't impressed. A normal kunai? She asked, a bit flabbergasted. What? No. Well, yes, it's a kunai, but it's far from normal. Look at the blade closely, Naruto told her. Hinata did so, and the Hyuga noticed something she didn't see at first. Oh. There are some seals engraved on the blade. Yup. And that's not all. Now take a look with your Byakugan, Naruto added. Hinata activated her bloodline limit, which allowed her to see more secrets of Naruto's work in progress. The blade is also imbued with chakra. Your chakra, to be precise. Exactly. Naruto replied, as he took his kunai back. And what does this kunai do? Hinata asked. The idea is to combine Mom's chakra scalpel with chakra flow in order to create a sword of chakra. By pushing my chakra into this kunai made of chakra-conductive metal as opposed to normal steel, Naruto did so, and a short blade of pure chakra was projected from the kunai. Wow! Hinata said, now impressed. It's kinda like Asuma-sensei's trench knives. Hehe, well, I also took inspiration from those knives too. But when this one's complete, it will be much better in every way, Naruto said, swinging the weapon. And you did it by yourself? The Hyuga asked. Naruto nodded. I got the idea while studying Fuinjutsu. I might do more weapons when I'm done with this one. Once it's complete, I will be able to create a sword not of normal chakra, but of wind chakra. It will be a sword whose blade will never break or get dull, will cut through almost anything, and I'm the only one who will be able to use it. It's pretty amazing. It's a pity that you won't finish it by the time the finals begin, Hinata replied. Naruto deactivated the kunai, and put it back on his pouch. Yeah. Dad told me that I should forget about that for the time being and follow his training schedule. And as much as I hate to admit it, he's kinda right. Hinata smiled at Naruto. Hopefully, you will finish it by the time we're assigned a new mission. I can't wait to see it in action. Yeah, me too. Training Ground 9 for the first time in weeks, the medical squad got the chance to train together. Granted, like the assault squad, they weren't going to show their strongest moves just now. Well, at least Sasuke and Karen weren't. Sakura was more than happy to show them what she learned about genjutsu during the past weeks with Kurenai. At first, they took turns sparring against each other while the three adults overseeing them evaluated their abilities. Then, the three of them fought together against of the adults, Shisui, while the other two, Itachi and Shizun, watched expectantly. The two of them remained silent as Shizun's squad battled the one-eyed Uchiha, who restricted himself to taijutsu and low-level ninjutsu, but still refused not to use his signature ability, much to Genin's frustration. Still, they put up a very good fight. You know, it's been a while since you and me did anything together, Itachi commented. Huh, yes, Shizun laughed awkwardly. I barely saw you since I started dating Shisui. And then my new job as Jonin-sensei and dash, you don't need to apologize, Itachi interrupted her. I was merely stating a fact. You're not the only one with new responsibilities. My job as the village's main information gatherer isn't easy either, and keeps me out of Konoha for long periods of time. We're merely victims of our circumstances. Do you think it was a good idea to take such job so soon after the Uchiha insurrection? I think you should have spent more time with Sasuke-kun, Shizun pointed out. Sasuke didn't want his father's killer around him. He needed space, and I gave him that, Itachi stated matter-of-factly. I was there for him whenever he needed it, but I don't know if our relationship can be as it was before our clan's demise. Your relationship isn't going to get any better if you remain absent for most of his life, Itachi, Shizun countered. You have a point, but it's too late for that. I can't just quit this job without proper justification. What I do is important for Konoha. Plus Sasuke isn't alone. He has Shisui, and now he has you. Neither Shisui nor I can replace you, Itachi, Shizun replied. I'm not asking neither of you to replace me. Just make him feel that there's somebody else besides me that loves him, Itachi explained. Shizun shook her head. Sasuke-kun already knows how Shisui and I feel towards him. But he's not so sure about you, Shizun told him in an almost chiding tone. Then again, taking a few weeks to help him train was a step in the right direction. You two need to spend some time together. I know we do, Itachi admitted, then decided that it was time to switch the topic. You did a good job training Sasuke. Thanks. Although he's a bit out of my specialty. Sakura and Karen are aspiring medics, but I don't have much to teach somebody who follows a more offensive-oriented path, Shizun said. A sensei's job is more than just teaching him combat or ninjutsu. They also have to provide guidance. Itachi watched the way Sasuke fought and coordinated with his two teammates in order to take down a superior opponent. Sasuke used to believe that personal power was the key to everything and that teammates would only slow one down, but now look at him, fighting together with those two girls as if they were one. Ah yes, that's my greatest accomplishment, Shizun replied, allowing a smug smile to form on her lips. You should have seen how that team was when we started. I thought it would take longer for those three to form a cohesive unit. I can't wait to see Sasuke in the Chunin exams. Hopefully the fiasco of the preliminaries won't happen again, Itachi mentioned. He better not. Shizun's blood still boiled whenever she remembered such a shameful display of violence. Still, she calmed down quickly. But I'm sure that such thing won't happen. I made sure he understands that what he did was unacceptable. And if he doesn't, remind him about how such thing would dishonor the clan even further, Itachi suggested. I feel if I do that too often, he'll become resented with the rest of Konoha, and Kami knows what he would do like that, Shizun shook her head. I have to have faith in that he will do the right thing. Sasuke will always do the right thing, Itachi added. What I'm worried about is if he'll be able to tell what is the right thing to do. Training Ground 10. Most of the genin who failed to make it to the finals, regardless of the moment they dropped out of the exam, were naturally jealous of those who were about to fight to become Chunin. A promotion would ensure no more of those pesky D-rank missions, a bigger paycheck, and a better status among the village. Shikamaru Nara wasn't one of them. While Shikamaru did plan to become a Chunin, he wasn't in a hurry. While they could be tedious, he found the D-rank missions easy and sometimes even relaxing. He didn't care about status, and thought that his current paycheck was good enough. Plus being a Chunin meant more dangerous missions, more training and less spare time. That fight against Orochimaru and his lackey gave him a taste of what being a high-ranking ninja was like. No, Shikamaru was very happy with the state of his life right now. While those poor fools trained their asses off for a promotion that might not even come, he relaxed, watching clouds and laying on the soft grass. Or he would be watching the clouds if a girl-shaped shadow didn't block his view of the sky. Why, I'm not surprised to see you wasting your time like this, the girl said while rolling her eyes. Nice to see you too, Shikamaru didn't recall her name, nor felt like trying to jog his memory. Temari, the girl said, annoyed. Right, Temari, Shikamaru repeated. Is there a reason as for why you're disturbing my cloud-watching session instead of training? Your first opponent is one of the strongest genin of Konoha. Not that Shikamaru cared about Temari's performance during the finals. Something Temari was aware of, but decided it wasn't something worth an argument. She decided that brutal honesty would be the best course of action. I came here because I want to fight you, Temari stated. Shikamaru found such things so outrageous, it made him to sit up. Come again? You heard me, Temari replied, crossing her arms. You know, I could understand such thing if I defeated you. Revenge and all that. But we already fought twice, and both times it was clear that you can kick my ass every day of the week, and twice on Sundays, Shikamaru replied. Temari's expression didn't change. No, those weren't fights. The first time we were interrupted when your teammate possessed my brother. And the second time you gave up before the fight could even begin. I already told you that I hate to leave a job half done. I want our fight to end properly. Which makes me wonder, why did you surrender so quickly? Are you such a big defeatist? No, I'm a practical person. I analyzed my odds to victory, and they weren't good. Hence, the best option was to cut my losses and stop wasting both of our times. What could I get from a fight that I was never going to win? Shikamaru asked. The satisfaction of knowing that despite you lost, you gave it your all? Temari replied. Shikamaru's lips formed a small smile. You have a gift for comedy. It was nice to meet you, Temari, Shikamaru said as he lied down again, and went back to his cloud spotting. Temari's eye twitched. How he dared to dismiss her like that. She grabbed him by the neck of his shirt and forcefully lifted him up to her eye level. If you think you can get rid of me that easily, think again. I'm not leaving until we fight. So you better fight me now, and you better put effort into it. You don't have your war fan, Shikamaru noted. Temari realized that it was true. She probably left it at the hotel room. I don't care. I still can fight you unarmed. Yeah, those manly arms of yours look like they could bend a steel bar, Shikamaru pointed out. Just because my arms are strong doesn't mean they're manly, you know. Temari angrily replied. Now fight. No. Then I'll beat the crap out of you until you fight back. Will you do that? Temari struggled with her thoughts for a few seconds, before realizing that no, she would never fight somebody unable or unwilling to defend himself. She released the lazy Nara. Ugh, you're impossible. Temari groaned. I don't know how the hell did you manage to get so far into the exams. Shikamaru just shrugged. You know, you look tense. Might I suggest something that can calm you down? Like what? Cloud spotting? Temari asked sarcastically. Don't knock it out until you tried it, Shikamaru replied as he lied once more against the grass. No, thank you, Temari said as she was about to leave. However, she didn't move from her spot. And after a few seconds of hesitation, she lied next to Shikamaru. I hate you. I'm sure you do, Shikamaru said, unable to repress a half smile. How do you play this? Temari grunted. You look at the clouds, until you see one that looks like an object or an animal. For example, Shikamaru pointed out to a circular cloud with a few bulges. That cloud looks like a turtle. Temari was about to say that that was stupid, until she noticed that Shikamaru was right. Still, she let out a scoff. And you do this often? Whenever I'm not playing shogi, Shikamaru replied. Don't you like it? It's dumb, Temari said. But I must admit that looking the clouds drift is kind of relaxing. Shikamaru smiled. See? I told you. You should do this more often. I can't. Clouds are a rarity in the skies of the land of wind, Temari explained. Still, it's not that I have usually that much spare time to spend it watching the sky. Then the more reason to do it now, don't you think so? Shikamaru asked. Guess that I could, until I need to go back to training, Temari admitted, shifting in her spot. Still want to fight me? Shikamaru asked. Yes. But I'm starting to think that it wouldn't be a very spectacular or satisfying fight, Temari stated. So I think I'll pass for now. Think the worst, and you'll never be disappointed, Shikamaru replied. You're quite a strange fellow, did anyone tell you that? Temari asked. Shikamaru simply shrugged. The two of them spend the rest of their time together watching the clouds, and enjoying the calm and the silence of the place they were in. After his meal with Hinata, and remembering how much he enjoyed being around her, new and alien feelings notwithstanding, Naruto headed back to his usual training grounds, where he hoped Jiraiya would be waiting for him in order to wrap up training for the finals. Suddenly, he felt another presence pulling him. It was a very similar sensation to the time he was near Killer Bee. But this time it wasn't Killer Bee. Could it be Gaara? Naruto wondered aloud. Once again, Naruto allowed himself to be pulled by that strange feeling, which took him to a busy street. It didn't take him long to notice a green-haired girl, looking around a bit disoriented, as if looking for something. She remembered that girl as a Taki Kunoichi who was very chummy with the animal squad. And she was another Jinchuriki, if Jiraiya was to be believed. The girl then turned around and looked at Naruto, and her expression changed, as if she suddenly found what she was looking for. Naruto thought that, just like how he sensed her presence, maybe she sensed him as well. Hey, the green-haired girl waved at Naruto as she ran at him. Hi there. Naruto saluted back, hoping that such a bubbly girl wouldn't turn out to be another jerk like Killer Bee. I'm Naruto Uzumaki. Your name was Fu, right? That's correct, the girl happily replied. You know, I kinda wanted to talk with you for some time, but I didn't have the chance during the exam, and then I was unable to find you. Until now, I mean, hee. I'm glad to see you as well. It's always nice to meet another Jinchuriki, Naruto earnestly told her. Fu's expression suddenly became one of shock. Wait a minute, you're a Jinchuriki too? Naruto's sweat dropped. Why yes. Didn't you dash? Fu then started laughing. Ha ha ha, I was just kidding. Of course I knew you're a Jinchuriki. I sense your beast inside you, just like you probably sensed mine, Fu replied, then she touched her exposed belly. Or maybe it's my stomach. I didn't eat anything since this morning. I usually eat what my teammates and I cook, but I want to eat somewhere in the village before I have to leave. Do you know any nice restaurant? Naruto's mouth formed a huge grin. Of course I do. If you want to taste Konoha's finest cuisine, the best place is Ichiraku's Ramen. It's situated near the gate of the village. Sounds neat. Wanna come with me? Food tastes better when eaten in good company, Fu suggested. Naruto then grew a bit uneasy. Well, I'd love to, Booty just came from there just now. Besides, there's this girl that I like and well, if she or somebody else sees us eating together, they might get the wrong idea, Fu concluded. It's okay, I get that. There's somebody else who got my interest as well. I'm sure you know who I'm talking about. Sure, it's Shino, right? Naruto asked. Fu titled her head, puzzled. Who? Naruto's sweat dropped again. You know, the one with the coat and sunglasses? Kind of mysterious. His body is full of bugs? Fu then burst into laughter again. Ha ha ha, I was kidding again. Of course I know who Shino is. What kind of person I'd be if I forgot the name of my first friend. This time, it was Naruto was puzzled. Wait a minute, you didn't have any friends until you met Shino? He asked in shock. Well, there aren't much people my age back in Taki, Fu recounted. Plus everybody keeps watching over me and trying to keep me safe all the time, like I'm some sort of fragile China doll. Shino and his friends were the first people who didn't treat me like that. I know that feeling. My parents can be quite overprotective sometimes. My mom was on the verge of tears when I told her about my first mission out of the village. Guess that being a Jinchuriki doesn't make it any better, Naruto replied. The green-haired girl gasped, and her eyes grew wide. Wait a minute, you're a Jinchuriki too? Fu asked in shock. This time, Naruto's expression turned deadpan, and crossed his arms. Not buying it this time. Fu chuckled, and shrugged. Had to try. Naruto then decided it was a good time to board a certain topic. Speaking of which, do you have any control over the power of your tailed beast? Fu shook her head. Nope. Lucky 7 does what Lucky 7 pleases. She sometimes helps me, but like I say, that's when she feels like it. Lucky 7? Naruto asked, a bit confused. That's her name. Or at least, what she told me to call her. She said she brings luck, but guess that she isn't so lucky herself, hee. Fu chuckled, patting her bare midriff. So I guess your beast is the 7 tails? Fu nodded. Yup. What about yours? Add 2 more tails, Naruto replied. Fu winced. Yuck, the fox. That's one big meanie. Understatement of the century, Naruto deadpanned. By the way, did you know that there are other 2 Jinchuriki here right now? Yeah. That weird guy from Kyumo, and the creepy redhead from Suna, right? Fu replied. Hey, Gaara isn't creepy. Naruto protested. He might be a bit reserved and not very talkative, but he's rather nice if you get to know him. But yeah, the guy from Kyumo is pretty weird. Oh. Well, guess that I'll have to take your word for it, Fu conceded. Then, her stomach let out an audible growl. Okay, now I'm sure it's hunger what I'm feeling. And since you're not available, let's see if I can find somebody to eat with. Ichiraku's, right? Yeah. Trust me, you won't regret it. And with that, a pair of green wings grew from Fu's hips, and the Taki Kunoichi flew away. Boy, what a weird girl, Naruto said as he watched her disappearing into the sky. Undisclosed location, somewhere in the forests of the Land of Fire, 2 groups of ninja were standing in front of each other. One group was composed of ninja wearing black robes and animal masks, not unlike the ones used by Konoha's ANBU division. The other ninja were wearing black and gray camouflage clothes, and their faces were also concealed, albeit by black balaclavas. The 2 leaders of each group took a step forward, while their escorts were ready to attack in case the other did something funny. So, Danzo, the leader of the Oto ninja, began, almost with a chuckle. I presume that you have something important to tell me if you requested a meeting in person. As usual, the leader of the supposedly disbanded organization remained impassible. Not even somebody like Orochimaru was enough to faze him. As the Chunin exams approach their conclusion, security around the village is tighter than ever. I can't just risk sending a messenger anymore, Danzo explained. In fact, that's the reason as for why I wanted to contact you. It doesn't look as if you're going to bring me good news, don't you think so? Orochimaru asked, and grinned. Danzo ignored that remark. I heard that both the Raikage and the Kazekage are going to be present for the finals, Danzo announced, and as expected, Orochimaru's grin disappeared. With both Kage and their respective entourages there, the attack cannot happen. You can't ask me to call off the invasion, Orochimaru's tone grew colder. I have been planning it for more than a year. You can't ask me to throw all that away. I am not asking you to do that, Danzo replied, as calm as ever. All I ask you is for you to delay the attack a couple weeks. Can you do that? You were the one who told me that attacking during the Chunin exams would be the most viable option, Orochimaru protested. Yes, it was Danzo's idea. The Chunin exam finals were a big event. Not only would the stadium would be overflowing with people wanting to see the matches, but many of Konoha's usual and potential customers, including the Fire Lord himself, would come to watch the genin fight for their promotions. And as such, a lot of the security would be focused on the stadium, leaving the rest of Konoha more vulnerable than usual, making the job of penetrating the walls all the easier. But even Orochimaru knew that Danzo had a point. Attacking Konoha with the Raikage and the Kazekage there would not only make it much less likely to succeed, it also would be seen as an act of war against their respective villages too, not just Konoha. Orochimaru knew that Konoha hadn't launched an invasion of the Land of Sound yet is because they hadn't proved to the other nations that Otogakure is a threat. That would seal the deal. And I'm pretty sure that you didn't acquire any new allies, did you? Otherwise, I would have known it, Danzo guessed. Once again, the leader of Root was right. Suna was out of question since their relationship with Konoha had improved a lot over the past years. Kiri was still embroiled in their civil war. Aim was out of question since that would draw attention towards the Akatsuki leader, not that Orochimaru cared, and Kusa and Taki were formal allies of Konoha. That left Iwa and Kumo, but despite their animosity for Konoha, neither of them were interested in starting another war. And his fellow Akatsuki members were occupied doing high-profile missions and tracking the Jinchuriki, so with the exception of Obito, they weren't an option. I might have failed at securing other villages' help, but I do have a new weapon that will tip the balance in my favor, Orochimaru replied. I see. Even then, I insist you postpone the invasion plans. You said you've been planning this for a year. I'm sure you can wait a couple more weeks, Danzo told him. It's not that simple. I will have to redesign the offensive strategy from scratch since the security detail won't be the same, Orochimaru protested. What about that ultimate weapon of yours? The one-eyed man suggested. Can't you use it to bypass Konoha's defenses? Orochimaru looked pensive. He had planned to use his ace in the hole to assassinate a certain somebody, but as the circumstances had changed, so his plans had to change as well. It's not that he couldn't use them multiple times. Alright, I'll use it, even doing so will make me lose the surprise factor, the snake Sannin conceded. Good. I'll send you a messenger when the time to strikes comes, Danzo told him, as he and his bodyguard started to turn around. Now if there's nothing else that needs to be discussed, actually, there is, Orochimaru replied, forcing Danzo to turn back at him again. It's not about the invasion, but more personal curiosity. Danzo was annoyed, but he didn't make it evident. I'm sure I'll be glad to answer any question you have. Why are you doing this? Orochimaru asked. Helping me, I mean. You say you serve Konoha, but here you are, helping somebody planning to destroy it. What do you gain by doing this? Even if it was small, Orochimaru knew that there was a chance that this would make Danzo to reconsider their partnership. But the snake Sannin needed to know. Thirst of knowledge is the force that always drove Orochimaru, and there is little that made him matter more than questions without answers. And that question left him unable to sleep for multiple nights. Danzo allowed himself to emote, and a small smirk appeared on his face. Yes, my actions don't look like they make much sense, do they? But deep inside your twisted mind, they do, right? Orochimaru asked. Danzo nodded. As ninja, many times we gain wounds from battles. Sometimes, those wounds become infected. And in order to stop that infection to spread to the rest of the body, we sometimes need to sacrifice a limb. Konoha is currently infected, not by a disease, but by an ideology. An ideology perpetuated by my friend and rival Hiruzen, your former sensei, as well as Jiraya, the current Hokage and your former teammate. Trust me when I say that I have something unforgettable prepared for them, Orochimaru gave a hint of a sadistic smile. But you're not letting me attack Konoha just to get rid of people who inconvenience you, are you? That's just the tip of the iceberg, Danzo replied. Those two did nothing but weaken Konoha with their ideologies of forgiving our enemies and helping them in their time of need instead of destroying them when they're vulnerable. To let ourselves be carried away by our emotions, instead of doing what we know is best. I mean, Sarutobi had the chance to put an end to you, yet thanks to his weakness, here you are. We knew that the Uchiha were a threat, but Sarutobi refused to act on them until it was too late. We need to make Konoha's inhabitants realize of its weakness, and that a different approach is needed if we want to survive. Some might say that you are as much of a threat as the Uchiha were, given that you're conspiring with me. Orochimaru was somebody who delighted in irony. Yes, some might see it that way, Danzo admitted. But those people forgot about the teachings of Tobirama-sama. A ninja must be willing to make sacrifices for the sake of the village. Yes, Konoha will burn. But from its ashes, a new Konoha shall rise, one that will not make the mistakes of the past. One that will be strong, fearless and merciless. Danzo smiled again. One in which people like you will have a place in it. Orochimaru couldn't help but chuckle at the root leader's offer. Tempting, but I'm very happy as a freelance agent, thank you very much. Even then, I hope that my negative doesn't end our partnership. It will continue as long as it remains useful, Danzo stated. Are you implying that you'll try to have me killed the moment I stop being useful? Orochimaru asked, grinning. Wouldn't you do the same to me? Danzo asked. A ninja is nothing but tool towards a greater goal. The moment the tool is no longer useful, it must be discarded. Orochimaru chuckled again. Kukuku, I like how you think, old man. By the way, how are the body modifications I made you? Did they stand the test of time? Danzo took a few seconds to answer. I didn't have the chance to test them in battle, but so far they fulfill their purpose. Like I said before, Konoha would benefit from your genius. I prefer if my genius benefits just me instead, Orochimaru replied. Alright then, Danzo decided to put an end to that topic. Did I satisfy your curiosity? Indeed you did, Orochimaru replied. If that's the case, we better get going. The longer we stay here, the higher the chances of our operation being jeopardized, Danzo declared, and turned around. His minions followed him. Orochimaru decided that it was time to return to his hideout as well. He had a lot of planning to do, and he needed to gather more forces if he wanted the invasion to succeed. When he was halfway there, he stopped and told his minions to continue without him. After a few seconds of waiting, a masked man appeared beside him, coming out from a spiraling vortex. How did it go? Obito asked. I'm pretty sure you know already, don't you? Orochimaru asked back. Indeed, but I wanted to know if both versions coincide. The Uchiha noticed something odd about Orochimaru. You're not wearing the uniform. No. I believed it was best if I wasn't dressed like that for the occasion, Orochimaru replied. I'm sure Danzo knows you're already part of the organization, Obito retorted. Maybe, but there's no reason to confirm his suspicions, don't you think so? Orochimaru gave Obito a hint of an unnerving smile. Anyway, what do you want? To tell you my plan to capture the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, Obito told him. Your invasion of Konoha might be the best opportunity to do it. Orochimaru couldn't help but chuckle. Ah yes. Third time's the charm, isn't it? What made you think that this time will be different? Obito ignored that jab. I realized that my mistake was to try to take the Jinchuriki out of the village by force. And what do you suggest we do? The Snake Sannin asked. This time, it was Obito who smirked. Easy, we will make him come to us instead. Omake, Chapter 25, What could have been dejectedly, Naruto left Killer Bee alone, a bit sad that the man wouldn't teach him how to tame the Kyuubi. Guess that he prefers to write lame songs about mature women with large braids, Naruto thought aloud. He had seen some of the man's lyrics, and wasn't impressed. Then, an idea dawned upon him. Mature women with big breasts? Of course that's it. A few minutes later, Naruto returned to the bar, with Killer Bee still on it. Yo, Killer Bee, I'm back. Naruto announced. The Kumo Jinchuriki groaned, and raised his head in annoyance. Didn't I tell you that I was WHOA? Hello there, handsome. Turns out, Naruto didn't return alone, since Tsunade was with him. The slug Sannin was wearing an incredibly skimpy black dress that showed a lot of skin, showed off her killer figure, and offered a generous view of her equally generous cleavage. Upon seeing such sight, Killer Bee was unable to utter a coherent word. "What are you doing?" Tsunade asked in a sultry voice as she looked at his rhyme booklet. "You're a singer." "Oh, I love singers, there's nothing sexier than a man who can sing." "Tu si can sing," Killer Bee babbled, unable to take his eyes from Tsunade's cleavage. "And you look so strong," Tsunade cooed as she sat on the table, and crossed her legs. "Strong men make me melt." "Why yeah, I'm strong too," the Jinchuruki replied. "But do you know what I find even sexier than strong men who can sing?" Tsunade asked, as she massaged her breasts in an incredibly unsubtle way. Killer Bee, who was seconds from fainting, merely shook his head. The Sannin then came closer, and whispered on his ear, "Men who know how to train a Jinchuruki how to control their tail's beast." "I can do that too," Bee exclaimed. "Really? Because if you could train my son here," Tsunade pulled Naruto to her, and both of them put their best smile. "It would make me really, really, really happy." Suddenly, Naruto found himself being dragged by the arm by an excited Killer Bee. "Come on kid, no time to waste, I want to feel those boobies, so make haste." "Hey, that's my mom you're talking about," Naruto protested. As Tsunade watched the two Jinchuruki running away, she dispelled the transformation, going back to her usual clothes, and leaned against the counter. "Girl, you still have it. Not even menopause can keep you down," she congratulated herself. Then she looked at the waiter, and slammed her hand on the counter. "Barman. Why there isn't a cup of sake in my hand?" "All right away, Tsunade-sama," the scared waiter replied. For Taki Ninja walked inside the stadium. One of them was Shibuki, Takigakure's leader. The other two were his two chosen bodyguards. Kagon and Yoro usually filled that spot, but he wasn't dumb enough to have them around in Konoha after the stunt he pulled. And the fourth one was Fu, the only Taki ninja who made it to the finals. "Well, this is where we separate," Shibuki said, breaking the silence. "I'll be eager to see you in action." "I'm eager to see myself in action too," Fu chuckled. "Jokes apart, seeing you here makes me very happy, and proud," Shibuki stated. "Not just for you, but for our whole village. Even among the minor villages, Taki isn't very powerful or influential. We don't have numbers, clan history, or ninja with bloodline limits. But now you will not only bring pride and glory to yourself, but to our home as well." "I'll do my best, Shibuki. You know I will never do something to upset you," Fu solemnly replied. This time it was Shibuki who chuckled. "If only that were true, hey. I mean serious stuff." Fu protested, as she childishly stomped her foot on the ground. "Anyway, jokes aside, I'm sure that you'll do fine. And remember not to use dash, yes, I know, only if it's an emergency. Now go already. Don't you need to meet with the other village honchos?" Fu reminded him. "I guess you're right." "Good luck, Fu," Shibuki said as he and his two bodyguards went their way. "Hokage-sama, the preparations are almost ready," Itachi told Jiraya. "The finals can begin whenever you give the order." Jiraya had been overseeing the preparations for the Chunin exam finals, and wanted to make sure that everything went smoothly. He noticed that even if it was still a bit early, some people were already starting to fill the seats of the stadium. "Good," Jiraya laconically replied. "What about our honored guests? Have they arrived?" Itachi nodded. "All three of them. If that's the case, tell somebody to guide them to the Kage box. Then return to me at once," Jiraya ordered. "As you wish, Hokage-sama," Itachi said before vanishing. As one of the strongest, and possibly most loyal ninja of the village, Jiraiya had chosen Itachi to be one of his bodyguards during the event. The other one, Zabuza, was nowhere near as loyal, but Jiraiya had a good way to keep him in line. As the white-haired Hokage headed towards the Kage box, he felt something. 3 of his tracking seals had entered the stadium, those who belonged to his 3 children. He smiled. He would have hated that Naruto would have been eliminated from the exams for being late. Fortunately, it would be extremely unlikely that Tsunade would let such a thing happen. Come on kid, show everybody what you're made of, Jiraya thought. Shortly after Jiraya arrived at the Kage box and took one of the 4 seats, the first of his guests arrived. A man he wasn't exactly happy to see again. Still, he decided it was best to stand up and greet him as a Kage deserved. Kazekage Dano. It's an honor to have you here, Jiraya said, as politely as possible. Raza took a few seconds to inspect Jiraya, dressed in the Kage garb, something unusual for him. So it is true that they made you the new Hokage, Raza stated. Jiraya was expecting some kind of demeaning comment that never came. Anyway, take a seat, Jiraya motioned to the 4 throne-like chairs. And enjoy the fights. 2 of your kids are taking part in the finals. Yes. Let's hope they don't leave Suna in a bad place, the Kazekage said as he took a seat, the one in the left extreme. His bodyguards stood beside him at each side. Jiraya recognized one of them, a woman with purple cheek markings, but she couldn't remember her name. But given the way I've been training them, I find that unlikely. Well, your daughter at least will have a hard time, given that she's going up against my son, Jiraya thought, deciding it was for the best to keep that comment for himself. Jiraya didn't have time to sit down, since the next of his guests appeared. A man Jiraya liked even less than Raza, if that was even possible. Jiraya was about to greet him, but his second guest spoke first. So, we meet again, Jiraya, the Raikage stated, though some could say it was a snarl. This time, under better circumstances, or so I hope. Jiraya hated to be polite with such a rage-filled asshole, but he couldn't leave Konoha in a bad place, not in front of the leader of such a powerful village. HN, was the Raikage's response. I hope you find our humble village hospitable, Jiraya added. I'm planning to leave as soon as the finals end, so I don't think I'll be in position to answer your question, the Raikage bluntly stated. A pity, but understandable, Jiraya conceded, then he motioned at the seats. Please take a seat. The Raikage walked to the seats, and seeing the Kazekage in the leftmost one, he chose the rightmost. His bodyguards, a black man with blonde hair that carried a broad sword, and a white blonde man with feminine features, both of them which Jiraya remembered from the time he met them so many years ago, positioned themselves between him, a step behind. Jiraya wondered if Raza and they had some sort of enmity he wasn't aware of. While he knew there was no shortage of bad blood between Suna and Kyumo, he was unaware if there was any recent event that sparked hostility between the 2 villages. Or maybe assholes tend to repel each other, like 2 magnets of the same pole. The last of the special guests arrived at the Kage box. Jiraiya-sama. It's a pleasure to be here, Shibuki, leader of Takigakure, said as he entered the place. What is that man doing here? The Kazekage asked. I thought that this box was only for the Kage, and he isn't one. Shibuki-san is the leader of an allied village, and thus he will be treated with the respect such a position deserves, even if he's not a Kage. Jiraiya wondered if treating Shibuki as an equal would mean an offense to Raza and maybe even the Kage as a whole, but frankly, he wasn't feeling like pleasing his very unpleasant guests, political consequences be damned. Now Shibuki-san, please take a seat. Despite Raza's hostility, Shibuki chose to seat beside him. Guess that it was just that scary. Zabuza, are the participants ready? Jiraiya asked one of his bodyguards. The former Kiri swordsman nodded. All 12 are accounted for. Excellent, then we can finally begin, Jiraiya said, as he walked towards the edge of the box. He could see that the stadium was boiling with people, many clamoring for the matches to begin already. They wouldn't have to wait much. Ladies and gentlemen, both from Konoha, and visitors from other villages, the Chunin exam finals are about to begin, the crowd roared when Jiraiya made his announcement. Make sure to make your bets before the matches begin, or else they won't be valid. As for the genin, good luck to all, and hope you put an impressive show for your audience. Back in the stands, Tsunade, accompanied by Shizune, Sakura, Shisui, and the twins, was holding all her betting tickets like they were her babies. That brat will win if he knows what's good for him, Tsunade stated. I bet all my savings on him. Great, now you jinxed him, Shizune rolled her eyes. But then again, she found Tsunade's faith in Naruto heartwarming. Come on Shizune, you should know already that Naruto is always a safe bet, Tsunade reassured her apprentice. Even then, is betting all your savings such a good idea? The younger woman asked. One of the perks of not being wanderers anymore is that Shizune now had control over her own money, and Tsunade wouldn't be able to waste it on bets, like it happened so many times in the past. Shizune, if I didn't bet all my money on Naruto, I'd imply that I don't have enough faith on him, and that would make me a bad mother. So by doing so, I'm showing both Naruto and everybody how much I trust his skill. You could say it's my duty as a mother to bet all my money on him. Shizune just stared at her for a few seconds. Wow, your brain must be sore after all those mental gymnastics you went through to justify your bullshit, Tsunade-sama. Tsunade glared at her apprentice, and mumbled something under her breath. Kaida then gasped in horror. Mom, you can't say that word. The 12 genin walked forward into the arena where the proctor, Yugao Yuzuki, was already waiting for them. I'd introduce myself, but you know me already from the prelims, Yugao said. People are getting impatient, so let's not drag this any longer. Sasuke, Uchiha and Haku Yuki, get into position. Everybody else, go back to the competitor box and wait there. Sasuke and Haku got into position, while the other 10 genin walked away. Good luck, Haku. Show him who's boss. Naruto stated. We will be rooting you, Hinata added. Haku smiled at them. Thanks. I'll do my best. And you will find that your best won't be enough to beat me, Sasuke added as he smirked at him. Go Sasuke-kun. I know you can win. Sakura cheered as she waved at Sasuke, hoping for him to notice her. Well, there he goes. Let's hope he can keep his temper in check this time, Shizune commented, letting out a sigh. Even if he wins, the examiners might not appreciate unnecessary brutality. He will. He knows what's at stake, Shisui replied. Plus this is also a good way to score some good PR for the clan. Shizune hoped her boyfriend was right. Haku and Sasuke were in front of each other. Haku noticed that Sasuke was now carrying a sword, probably a katana, buckled to his belt. He wondered how Sasuke was able to learn a new fighting art just in the month of training, instead of focusing exclusively on his already existing strengths, such as taijutsu, ninjutsu, and shuriken. This match would determine if adding sword fighting to the mix is a display of talent or arrogance. Yugao eyed both genin and decided it was time to begin. She hated not being able to wish good luck to her surrogate son, but she had to be neutral. The first match of the Chunin exam finals between Haku Yuki and Sasuke Uchiha from Konohabijin, she shouted while making a chopping motion. Haku wasted no time, and a handful of senbon appeared on his hand. He jumped backwards while tossing the iron needles at Sasuke, while he used his other hand to find something inside his robe. Unfortunately for Haku, Sasuke remembered the fight against Rock Lee, and knew what the ice ninja was about to do. His eyes flared red, and pulling out a kunai, he charged at Haku while deflecting the incoming senbon. Pumping chakra into his legs, the youngest Uchiha reached close-quarter combat range just when Haku was pulling a storage scroll from his Haori. Sasuke smirked evilly. I'll be taking this, thank you. Haku was unable to stop Sasuke from snatching the scroll from his hand. Then, the Uchiha made a hand seal, and moved several meters behind him. At a distance he deemed safe, Sasuke pumped his chakra into the scroll, which began to burn. Sorry, but I'm not letting you to dash, Sasuke was interrupted by the sound of water flowing. Turning around, he saw that his rival had not one, but two storage scrolls unfurled in the ground, both of them pumping water as if they were fountains. In no time, a large puddle formed at the ice ninja's feet. Wait, so the first scroll was just a bait? Sasuke wondered in disbelief. This time, it was Haku who smirked. It would have been horribly foolish on my part to bring just one scroll, don't you think so? Haku then looked at the growing puddle, and smiled in satisfaction. Yes. I believe all this water will be more than enough to fuel my jutsu. Sasuke snarled, and angrily tossed the burning scroll away. This changes nothing. You can't defeat me, and you know it. Now that's an interesting theory which I'd love to debunk, Haku said as he made several hand seals. Ice release, 1,000 ice needles of death. Some of the water at his feet turned into icy sunbon that flew at Sasuke. The Uchiha replied with a jutsu of his own. Fire release, great fireball jutsu. Sasuke exhaled a huge fireball that consumed and melted the ice sunbon, but it dissipated before it could reach Haku. The crows roared at such impressive display of power from both ninjas. Ice release? I thought that bloodline was extinct. A shouted. And since when does Konoha has a kunoichi with such power? Raza asked. Well, you know what they say, a man's trash is another man's treasure. If the land of water didn't want people with bloodlines, Konoha is more than happy to give them shelter, Jiraya replied, smiling wide. Then he turned at Raza. Oh, and Haku is a boy. The Raikage snarled. As somebody who wished to increase his village's strength by incorporating more people with bloodline limits, he had tried to rescue some of those people in order to recruit them into Kumo's ranks, but his ninja either failed to locate such people, or they weren't fast enough to save them before they met a grisly death. Guess that Jiraiya was luckier than him. Wait a minute, then that guy, Raza pointed at Zabuza. I knew your face was familiar. You're Zabuza, the demon of Kirigakure. Zabuza smirked under his mask. I'm glad to see that Hokage recognizes me without the aid of a bingo book. Do you want my autograph? Hokage, what's the meaning of this? Raza shouted. Let's say that Zabuza has a debt with Konoha, and is currently in the process of paying, Jiraiya explained. Don't worry, he's not a danger to anyone present here. Do you know that Zabuza is wanted for crimes against Suna? Raza angrily asked. He's responsible for the murder of 7 of our ninja. Jiraiya turned at Zabuza. Is that true? Zabuza merely shrugged. I'm as surprised as you. I mean, it's possible. I don't keep track of all the people I kill. My memory isn't that good. Jiraiya turned back at Raza, and smiled. I'm sure we can reach an agreement in due time. Now, let's enjoy the fight. These two are among Konoha's strongest genin. Ice release, piercing icicle shot. Haku's jutsu formed a spear made of ice with the water at his feet, which flew at Sasuke like a missile. Sasuke had already prepared the counter. Fire release, great fireball jutsu. Once again, Sasuke's fire attack neutralized Haku's ice jutsu, but when the fireball was dispelled, Sasuke saw other 3 Hakus. All 4 of them pulled out Sanbon and threw them at Sasuke. The youngest Uchiha jumped backwards, unsheathed his katana, and used it to deflect the incoming flying needles. Haku and his clones readied another barrage of Sanbon. Like hell if I'm going to let you. Sasuke shouted, and katana in hand, dashed at the many ice ninjas. Though rather than attacking from a distance, the clones charged at Sasuke as well. Upon meeting in melee range, Sasuke's katana, which started to glow with a faint blue light, cut through the first one, which burst into water. Sasuke was smart enough not to let the clone soak him, since he remembered the ice ninja's fight against Rock Lee. He methodically repeated the process, making sure not a single droplet of water touched him. Once the clones were dealt with, Sasuke pumped even more chakra into his sword and dashed at Haku. However, before his sword could sink into Haku's flesh, it was parried by another sword. What? Sasuke asked dumbfounded, noticing that Haku was holding a sword. It took him a couple seconds to realize that Haku's weapon was made of pure ice. With admirable dexterity, Haku almost knocked Sasuke's katana out his hand and delivered several rapid swipes that forced Sasuke on the defensive. "Since when do you know how to fight with a sword like that?" the incredulous Uchiha asked. He always had pegged the Yuki as a ninjutsu-focused, ranged specialist. "My 3 parental figures are accomplished sword fighters. Is it so unbelievable that they passed some of their skills on to me?" Haku asked while sporting a small smirk. Even if she managed to hit it from almost everybody, Yugao couldn't help but smile with pride. Despite such display, Haku broke the fight by discarding his ice sword, which quickly melted back into water the moment it hit the ground, and put some distance by jumping backwards a few times. "Even then, I'm not arrogant enough to think I can last long in melee combat against you," Haku told him. "Now let's neutralize that fancy eye of yours." Haku made a hand seal. Water release, hiding mist jutsu. In a matter of seconds, a thick fog covered the area. People in the stand started to murmur, with some complaining that they weren't able to see anything. "Smart, very smart," Sasuke admitted. "But your strategy has a glaring mistake." "And that would be?" Haku tentatively asked. By following his voice, Sasuke had already pinpointed his location, but it wouldn't hurt to talk a bit more. "The fact that the point of these matches is to show off and impress the examiners. Even if you beat me, it won't help you score a promotion if nobody can see how you do it." "Maybe you're right. But I can always show off in the next match. After all, I'm sure that whoever my next adversary is, it can't be worse than you, Sasuke-san." Sasuke was taken aback. Now Haku's voice came from a completely different direction. How could he be so fast? Meanwhile, Haku smiled. The hidden mist jutsu wasn't of much use without a refined silent killing. However, thanks that this other new jutsu he developed with the aid of Zabuza, Sasuke wouldn't stand a chance. A whistle alerted Sasuke of several senbon flying at him. He unsheathed his katana and deflected the iron needles. Another barrage of senbon came from a completely different direction, although Sasuke was able to parry them as well. This makes no sense. There's no way Haku could have moved so fast in so little time, unless he knows the body flicker. And even then, if he used the body flicker, there would be a disturbance in the mist. Sasuke's thoughts were interrupted by another barrage of senbon, again from a completely different direction. Then, he had an idea, and made several hand seals. Fire release, great fireball jutsu. Sasuke exhaled a huge fireball. Even if he didn't know where his opponent was, the attack did what Sasuke intended, and the heat dispelled some of the mist. But much to Sasuke's frustration, the mist reappeared in a matter of seconds. Zabuza-sama fought against somebody who used fire to dispel his mist, and improved the jutsu accordingly. It was a good idea, though, Haku conceded. "You're putting a valiant effort in resisting me, but sooner or later, you'll run out of energy," Haku taunted. "There's no need to drag this any longer. Ice release, 1,000 ice needles of death." Multiple whistles were heard as dozens of ice senbon flew at Sasuke from multiple directions. He deflected many of them thanks to the Sharingan and his dexterity, but many of them embedded into his flesh, in the back, legs and arms. "Impressive. You're still standing. Your endurance is even greater than I had expected. Still, it won't change anything in the long run. Ice release, 1,000 ice needles of death." The pain and death heralding whistles were heard again, as the ice needles flew at Sasuke. However, as the youngest Uchiha struggled, an idea popped in his mind. Pumping all the chakra he could into his feet, he jumped as high as he could, successfully avoiding the needles. But that wasn't everything. While on mid-air, Sasuke made several hand seals. Fire release, Phoenix Sage Fire Jutsu. A volley of fireballs rained from above in a wide range, causing many explosions when they hit the ground. Said explosions dispelled the mist, but when it tried to reform, another explosion prevented it from happening. When Sasuke landed, the mist was no more. Very well, Sasuke. You got rid of the mist. But you're not any closer to defeat me than before, Haku replied. We'll see about that, Sasuke confidently replied. As the smoke cleared, Haku finally came into view, but much to the Uchiha's confusion, the ice ninja was inside what appeared to be a floating mirror made of ice. Sasuke was taken aback by such thing. What the confused Uchiha babbled. Do you like this, Sasuke? This is my clan's ultimate jutsu, the demonic mirror ice crystal. I'm glad that somebody of your caliber will be the first one to test the power of this jutsu, Haku mentioned. Your clan? Your clan is from the land of water. Where did you learn such a thing? Sasuke asked in disbelief. Zabuza-sama was kind enough to travel to our former homeland and gather information about my clan in order to train me better. He found this secret hideout of my people, where he discovered a scroll with multiple ice jutsu written on it, Haku explained, as he made a hand seal. Prepare yourself. You'll find this a step up from the mist. Sasuke raised his sword upon seeing Haku making a hand seal. Suddenly, multiple ice mirrors appeared at several points in the arena, all facing Sasuke. He stayed alert, wondering what the mirrors would do. Then all of a sudden, Haku's image appeared on every mirror, and before the youngest Uchiha could react, he found himself at the end of a brutal beatdown. All what the spectators could see was Sasuke being hit by a blur that appeared and disappeared at random times, but thanks to his Sharingan, Sasuke saw that it was Haku who moved from one mirror to another at a surreal speed. Sasuke tried to grab or attack Haku, but even with the Sharingan, the ice ninja's speed was just too much. How the hell are you able to move so fast? Sasuke yelled in frustration. I could tell you, but that wouldn't be very smart on my part, would it? Haku asked, as he resumed his onslaught. Once again, Sasuke tried in vain to catch Haku or strike him with his katana, but he moved too fast. More wounds and bruises appeared on his body as a result of the gradual beatdown. I need to destroy those mirrors. Luckily, Sasuke managed to dodge one of Haku's attacks while making several hand seals. Fire release, Great Fireball Jutsu. Sasuke breathed a huge fireball at two mirrors that were close to each other. But much to his shock, the mirrors were unaffected by the attack. Nice idea. Sadly, you'll need flames as hot as the sun itself in order to melt my ice, Haku commented. Let's hope he doesn't find out that I need to use my chakra in order to keep the mirrors from melting, or else, my jutsu would be undone, Haku thought. Now prepare to fall before the power of the Yuki clan. An exciting fight, don't you think so? Jiraya asked with a wide grin. If you say so, Raza replied, not hiding his boredom. Since both combatants were from Konoha, none of Jiraya's fellow Kage nor Shibuki were particularly invested in the first match, something the Sannin knew all too well. Indeed. But it's only a matter of time before Haku defeats the Uchiha. Haku is the most talented ninja of his generation I've ever seen, Zabuza commented. Do not underestimate Sasuke, Zabuza-san. Especially since he had already proved multiple times how strong he can be, Itachi countered. I admit that Haku is indeed talented, but you should remember that Sasuke earned his victory in the prelims thanks to his strength and skill, while luck played a huge role in Haku's. Does it look like the beating Haku is giving your brother is a product of luck, Uchiha? Zabuza sneered. Just wait and see. Sasuke still has quite a few aces in the hole, Itachi replied. Meanwhile, back in the arena, Haku continued his vicious onslaught, albeit this time he landed less hits on his opponent, since Sasuke was slowly but surely learning to dodge and counter his extremely fast attacks. Even then, it wouldn't be long until he sustained too many injuries. Damn it, I didn't think I'd had to use this so soon, but I have no other options, Sasuke thought as he made several hand seals. Fire release, Burning Man. Sasuke suddenly burst into flames. The flabbergasted Haku didn't have time to stop, and burned his hand the moment he tried to slash Sasuke with a trio of Senbon he was holding. The sudden searing pain made him lose his balance and crash into the ground. "Do you like this, Haku?" Sasuke asked. "I got the idea from that Kyumo girl Hinata fought against. Now not only you can't even touch me, but I've become impervious to your ice attacks. We'll see about that." Haku replied as he resumed his attack, but this time he only limited himself to throw Senbon, which Sasuke managed to expertly deflect with his katana. Maintaining that fire shield covering his body must consume a lot of chakra. All I need to do is fight smart and wait for him to run out of chakra. While Haku continued his fast-paced onslaught, Sasuke made more hand seals. Fire release, Annihilation Nova. What? Sasuke's fiery aura started to burn with more intensity, and it quickly expanded into a huge fireball, as if Sasuke himself was a living bomb. Despite his speed, Haku was unable to avoid the ever-present fire, and was caught in the blast radius, which burned him as well as pushed him backwards with an impressive force. When the Nova disappeared, Sasuke breathed heavily. That attack had used an inordinate amount of chakra, and could no longer sustain his fire aura. But Haku was left in an even worse state than him. Though, even burned and bruised, Haku managed to stand up. "I need to go back to the mirror, like hell I'm going to let you." Sasuke's voice shouted. Fire release, Burning Edge. Haku saw his opponent leaping at him, katana in hand. Haku noticed Sasuke no longer had the fire aura surrounding him, but his blade was still wreathed in flames. Haku managed to generate another sword made of ice that successfully blocked Sasuke's blows, fire and all. Even then, the fire nova left Haku very weakened, and could barely parry the Uchiha's vicious assault. That's it, until he couldn't continue anymore, and Sasuke swiped the sword from his hand. Exhausted, Haku fell to his knees. "Do you surrender?" Sasuke asked, pointing his flaming sword at Haku. "Why yes," Haku conceded. "I give up." Yugao couldn't help to feel a pang of sadness upon hearing his surrogate's son losing the first match, but there was nothing she could do. Haku has forfeited. Winner of the match, Sasuke Uchiha. Yugao announced. The crowd erupted into a mix of cheers and boos. Even if Sasuke wasn't one who sought general approval, he couldn't help but feel comforted to know that at least some people cheered for him. Yugao called some medic Nin to take Haku to the stadium's infirmary while she instructed Sasuke to go back to the competitor's box and wait for his next match. "There will be a 10-minute recess," Yugao announced to the crowd. "Then, the second match will begin." Shizune let out a sigh of relief as she leaned back on her seat. Thank goodness. He won without going berserk this time. Then again, Haku isn't the kind of person who seeks to rile his opponents. "Relax, I already told you that Sasuke knows what he's doing," Shisui told her. "Let's just hope he doesn't let the booze affect him much." "It doesn't seem so," Sakura noted. "By the way, what was that fire jutsu?" "Oh that? Something Sasuke created. He wanted a jutsu way more powerful than any of which already had, and wasn't happy with what Itachi or I could teach him," Shisui explained. "But then again, it consumes a lot of chakra, so I don't think it's worth it, even if it gave him the victory." "I can understand that. If it wasn't for the chakra-enhanced technique, I wouldn't have anything with enough packing power as well," Sakura replied. Kurenai had been watching the match from the stands, alongside Asuma. She let out a sigh after Yugao announced Sasuke's victory. "And the first defeat of the day goes to the assault squad," Kurenai sadly moaned. "Guess it was much to ask for Haku to break Sasuke's undefeated streak." "Hey, don't be so glum," Asuma told her as she put an arm around her shoulder. "You still have 2 more genin in the finals. Plus Haku gave Sasuke quite a hard time." "Guess you're right," Kurenai admitted. "That doesn't make Haku's defeat any easier to swallow, still. Now it's Choji's turn to fight," Asuma said. He's been training with his clan, so I don't know how strong he's now. Let's hope he can defeat that Kumo Kunoichi. She's already responsible for one of my genin being out of the exam. Asuma wasn't the only one eager to see Choji's match. Shikamaru and Ino were also sitting in the stands, not far from their sensei. Choji better not lose this one. If he wastes his chance to avenge me, I'm going to kill him. Ino screeched. Hey, calm down. It's not like that Kumo girl did something that horrible, Shikamaru pointed out. But when he saw Ino's furious glare, he decided to shut up. Aw man, I can't believe Haku lost. Naruto whined. Well, on one side that means I can beat Sasuke myself, but I would have preferred if Haku won. Now he won't be Chunin. Actually, Haku-kun can still be Chunin. He put up a good fight. Or at least, that's what I think, Hinata added. However, Haku-kun may have made things easier for us. Huh. That huge fire jutsu Sasuke-sen used consumed a lot of chakra. Even if he can rest until his next match comes, he won't be able to regenerate the chakra Haku-kun made him spend, Hinata explained. At that moment, Sasuke arrived back at the competitor's box. He was badly bruised and had multiple cuts in his clothes. He walked towards the only other member of the medical squad. Karen, I need you to heal me, the Uchiha told the redhead. However, rather than nodding eagerly before healing him, Karen merely put her hands on her hips and replied, would it kill you to say, please, just once? Every Konoha genin watched the redhead as if she suddenly grew another head. Sasuke was the most surprised, and while indignant, he wasn't in the mood nor have the energy to get into an argument with the bespectacled girl. Karen, would you be so kind to heal me, please? Sasuke asked, gritting his teeth. That's much better. See? It's not so bad being polite once in a while, don't you think so? Karen stated as she began treating Sasuke's injuries. Did Naruto started to babble. Did Karen need change of Sasuke? Attitude? I'm as surprised as you are, Tamaki mentioned. Hinata might have an idea for Karen's sudden change of attitude towards Sasuke, but decided to remain quiet for the time being. Well, I better get going, Choji stated. Ino told me many times that I have to avenge her loss at the prelims. Actually, it will be you the one needing to be avenged as well, Karui replied as she exited the box. Don't listen to her. I'm sure you'll do great, Choji. Naruto told his former classmate. We will be cheering for you, Choji-san, Hinata added. Thanks. I'll do my best. Choji replied, before joining her opponent in the arena. Since the next match involved the only Kumo ninja who made it to the finals, the Raikage's interest was much greater now. Still, he couldn't help but feel puzzled upon seeing Karui's opponent. Hokage, there must be a mistake, told Jiraya. There's no way that Lard Ball can be Karui's opponent. I know that at first sight, the members of the Akimichi clan don't look all that threatening, but trust me, there's a reason as for why they earned a spot among Konoha's strongest, Jiraiya confidently replied. The Raikage snorted. Please. That fat boy won't even be a warm-up for Karui. Choji and Karui stood in front of each other while Yugao made sure they were ready to fight. Ready to lose, fatty? Karui asked. I've seen you fight, I know that as long as I don't let you crush me under your weight, I'll be fine. Choji grit his teeth and curled his hands into fists, and repressed the urge of beating the dark-skinned girl into the ground. Fortunately for him, one of the things his father and him worked on during the training was his temper. Choji, I know that you're sensitive to some kind of insults, but if you're to become a Chunin, you can't let people goad you so easily. You need to learn to channel your rage instead of being consumed by it, his father had told him. You've seen nothing, Choji darkly replied. Yugao could feel the killing intent coming from the Akimichi kid, and thought that it would be best to start as soon as possible. The second match of the Chunin exam finals between Choji Akimichi from Konoha, and Karui from Kumo, she raised her hand in the air. Begin. The moment that word came out of Yugao's lips, Choji was already preparing his next attack. He placed his hands together, and separated his legs. Partial multi-size jutsu. Choji's arms suddenly swelled and grew in size. He slowly raised his right arm, and tried to smash Karui under his giant fist. The Kumo Kunoichi expertly jumped aside, dodging the smash, as she withdrew her katana and charged at Choji. "Thank you for being left wide open," Karui exclaimed as she dashed for the kill. However, much to the dark-skinned redhead's shock, Choji's other arm moved at a surprising speed and smacked her away as if she was a fly. "Damn it, he pretended to be much slower than he was to trick me," Karui cursed inwardly as she stood up. Choji's arms then returned to normal, and made a hand seal. Multi-size jutsu. Choji's body bloated like a balloon, and his head and limbs disappeared inside his clothes, before he started rolling like a boulder down a mountain, ready to crush Karui. Human bullet tank. The same attack he used to defeat that Taki ninja. I shouldn't try to stop it, at least from the front. An attack like that must consume a lot of chakra, so I'll dodge it until he gets tired, Karui decided, as she jumped aside the moment the human boulder got close to her. Choji noticed that he had missed his mark, as he immediately turned around and tried to roll over Karui again. The dark-skinned Kunoichi jumped aside once more, but Choji didn't appear to stop. The process repeated many times. Karui was started to grow tired. "Damn it, how can this fat ass have so much endurance?" the Kumo Kunoichi thought in frustration. "Just like I guessed, she thought that I would be the one to tire first," Choji thought in satisfaction. "Now, let's reveal one of my secret weapons. Fire release, human flame bullet tank." Choji's body burst into flames, turning into a boulder made of fire. His speed increased, and he left a trail of fire wherever he passed. "Shit!" Karui shouted as she tried to dodge the gigantic human fireball. "I can't continue dodging like this. I need to stop this." "Well, Raikage Dano, did you expect Karui to have such a hard time against Choji?" Jiraya asked with a wide grin. The Raikage glared at him back, and growled. "The match is far from over. I'm sure Karui will end up victorious." "Whoa, look at that Hinata. It seems that you're not the only one who combined elemental ninjutsu with a clan jutsu," Naruto pointed out. "It always surprised me that nobody thought of that yet," Hinata replied. "But then again, I only combined lightning release with the gentle fist because I wasn't good enough for the normal gentle fist. Other people might not think their clan jutsu are in need of an improvement," she thought. Naruto would have disagreed. "Maybe I should do that too, given the results. Wonder if I could combine wind release with the Rasengan," Naruto thought. Then he cast those thoughts aside, and decided that he should study that idea later while he now focused on the finals. "Come on, Choji. Show her who's boss." Now the tables had been turned. Using the multi-size jutsu once again to enlarge his arms, Choji was now relentlessly attacking Karui, forcing her to dodge his deadly blows, making her grow tired. Karui wasn't going to let such thing happen, and she jumped backwards as she pulled multiple shuriken from her many ninja tool pouches. "Let's see how good are you against the technique that took out your blonde friend." Karui then infused the steel stars with her lightning chakra. Lightning release, shuriken lightning transmission. Choji's mouth formed an uncharacteristic smirk as he saw the electrical spider web flying at him. Just as expected. Thanks goodness that Dad had something to counter that. His arms quickly returned to normal, and started to run at her while making a hand seal. Reverse multi-size jutsu. Suddenly, much to Karui's disbelief, Choji started to shrink, and became small enough in time the lightning-charged shuriken harmlessly passed over his head. However, he continued shrinking until he disappeared from sight. "The hell? Where is he?" Karui asked as she started to frantically look around. "Down here," a high-pitched voice said from behind. Karui looked down, and saw a diminutive Choji between her feet, looking up at her. The red-haired kunoichi smirked evilly. Now that was a good way to avoid my shuriken, he. She then raised her foot over Choji threateningly. But that jutsu of yours has a major downside. Allow me to show you. Choji jumped in time before Karui's foot flattened him, and in a few seconds he found himself a couple meters above her. At this size I might be vulnerable, but I can jump so high and move so fast she won't be able to touch me. And now, time to show her that size doesn't matter. Choji thought while he made a hand seal midair. Partial multi-size jutsu, while tiny, Choji's body bloated once again. Mini-human bullet tank. Taking advantage of gravity, Choji then slammed his body against Karui's eye. Ow! My eye! Karui yelled as she held her eye in pain. But Choji wasn't done. Taking advantage of the bounce caused by the first attack, Choji rammed his body against Karui's other eye. Ow! My other eye, she yelled again, holding both eyes. Huh, yeah. Take that you bitch, a voice that sounded awfully a lot like Ino's shouted from the stands. After landing on the ground a couple meters from Karui, Choji made a hand seal, and returned to his normal size, since being small for long would be a huge risk. Anyway, now that he had blinded his opponent, victory was at hand. Now time to finish this. Choji shouted as he enlarged one of his arms, and readied to punch Karui into the other life. Like hell it is, you fat ass, the still blinded Karui replied as she flew through hand seals. Lightning release, lightning flash. Karui's body turned into a living lantern, flooding the stadium with a potent, white light that blinded everybody unlucky enough to have their eyes open at that time and were not wearing sunglasses. Which frankly, were most of the people attending there. The next few minutes were completely uneventful, as neither Choji nor Karui dared to attack each other. It was a race to see who would recover their eyesight first, and thus earning a game-changing advantage over their respective rival. Forcing her eyes open as they slowly adapted to the natural light, Karui appeared to be that person. Okay, he's still blind. If I play my cards correctly, I can win this, Karui thought as she made a hand seal. A few seconds later, Choji also regained his eyesight, and saw that Karui had just made a clone. Noticing it casted a shadow, the Akimichi heir realized that it was a shadow clone. Even if a single clone wasn't much of a threat, he didn't lower his guard. The Kumo Kunoichi and her double wasted no time and ran towards Choji while increasing the distance from each other, at the same time they made identical hand seals. Lightning release, lightning transmission. An electrical chain formed between the hands of Karui and her clone, as they both rushed at Choji. The Akimichi clan heir didn't have much time to react, but fortunately, he knew exactly what to do. Multi-size jutsu. Choji's arms grew again in size, and managed to stop the two dark-skinned kunoichi on their track by catching them in his now huge hands. Gotcha! Choji claimed. He then started to squeeze them. Now let's see which one of you is the clone. Two things happened, both which shocked Choji. Literally in one case. The first one was that both of them turned out to be clones, as they burst once enough pressure was applied. The second was that they weren't shadow clones as Choji had guessed, but lightning clones, resulting in a painful electric shock. Now, unfortunately for Choji, he didn't have time to realize that there was a large boulder near him that wasn't there a few seconds ago. Said boulder burst into smoke, revealing Karui, and leaped at the Akimichi as she unsheathed her katana before doing several hand seals. Lightning release, thunder blade. Still stunned by the previous shock, Choji was unable to move in any way, and Karui's electric katana sank into the flesh of Choji's shoulder. The constant stream of electricity did the rest. Ai! Choji yelled as electricity surged through his body. After a few seconds, Choji couldn't take it anymore, and collapsed on his back as if he were a fallen tree. Karui pulled her sword from Choji's shoulder. Upon seeing that Choji didn't move, Yugao immediately went to check the fallen Akimichi. While he didn't move, his still had a heartbeat, and he was breathing. Choji Akimichi can't continue fighting. Winner of the second match, Karui, the purple-haired woman declared. Upon being declared victor, Karui sighed in exhaustion. She had won, but she had to work for that victory and she didn't walk out of the fight precisely unscratched. I better step up my game if want to get that promotion, Karui thought. While Choji wasn't exactly the most popular ninja of his generation among any circle outside his family, the sight of a Konoha ninja being defeated by a foreign fighter didn't sit well with the majorly native crowd, who erupted into a cacophony of boos and insults aimed at the Kyumo kunoichi. For her part, Karui flipped all of them the middle finger before returning to the competitor's box. Yugao called some medic Nin to take Choji to the stadium's infirmary. There will be a recess of 10 minutes. Yugao announced to the crowd. Then, the third match will begin. See? I told you there was no way Karui would lose, the Raikage claimed. Indeed. That kunoichi is very talented. But you must admit that Choji made her work for the victory, Jiraya countered. That doesn't matter, Hokage. In our world, all what matters are the results. Karui won, how much she had to struggle or what did she do to win is completely irrelevant, A replied. I have to agree with the Raikage, Raza interjected. Of course you do, somebody who sees his own children as nothing but weapons, Jiraiya thought with disdain. And the second defeat of the day goes to the tactical squad, Asuma sadly said. Now you know how I feel, Kurenai said as she placed a hand on Asuma's shoulder. Well, you still have 2 more genin competing. Choji was my team's only representative, Asuma replied. Wonder if his performance will be enough to merit a promotion. Anyway, Naruto goes next. Let's hope that he will do better than Haku and Choji. Not everybody booed Karui. The Kyumo delegation, as well as her teammates and sensei, cheered for her. But sadly, their cheers were silenced by the overwhelming boos. Good thing Karui won. Otherwise, Kyumo would have been left in a bad place, and the Raikage would be really angry. And once the Raikage gets angry, for once, Omoi didn't want to imagine one of his many possible overly convoluted scenarios. Karui is really strong, and those who doubt it will be proved wrong. All his opponents might as well flee, since he was trained by an amazing ninja like me. Killer be rapped. Shikamaru sighed sadly, while Ino groaned in frustration. Damn, Choji, I was planning on treating him to an all-you-can-eat buffet if he avenged me, Ino said as she clenched her fist. Shikamaru let out a whistle. Then your wallet dodged a deadly shuriken, Ino. I know, I keep reminding myself that in order to calm myself down. Upon returning to the competitor's box, nobody congratulated Karui on her victory since she was the only kunoichi from Kyumogakure. Not that she cared, mind you. She then pulled a hand mirror and checked her face. Oh man, look at that. That fat kid did a number on my face, Karui whined upon seeing her swollen, blackened eyes. She then pulled out a storage scroll that was holding a small med kit, and applied some medicine to her eyes. While Karui healed her eyes, and hoped for the next matches to be as long as possible so she could have as much time to recover as possible before her duel with Sasuke Uchiha, everybody else's attention were on Naruto and Temari, the next ones to fight. So, our turn finally comes, Temari stated as she walked towards Naruto. Ready for our fight? Heh, you can bet on it. I was born ready. Naruto proudly declared. Let's hope you last longer than Pineapple Head. I don't like easy victories, Temari replied. Naruto scratched his head in confusion. Pineapple Head? Who are you talking? Oh, you mean Shikamaru. Naruto said in realization, then he started to laugh. Pineapple Head, that's a good one, he he he. Temari just rolled her eyes, but smiled. Anyway, to answer your question, you won't have an easy victory, Naruto's face grew serious. Because you're not going to win. Temari's smile grew a bit. Well, at least you have more motivation. Regardless of the winner, this will be a fight to remember. I hope so. Shall we go? Naruto asked. I'm right behind you, Temari replied. Naruto-kun. Hinata called. Good luck in your match. Thanks, Hinata, the blonde replied with a wide, confident smile. But you don't need luck when you're as strong as I am, hee. Hinata smiled as she saw her crush walk into the arena alongside his opponent. Even then, a little luck can never hurt, right? Naruto Nezen's going to fight now. Hokage cheered upon seeing Naruto walk into the arena. Naruto Nezen. We're here. Kaida yelled at the top of her lungs as she waved her arms. Her voice managed to be heard among the constant uproar, and Naruto waved back at his younger siblings. He saw us. Hokage exclaimed. That brat better win if he knows what's good for him, Tsunade said as she protectively held her betting tickets. Tsunade-sama, Shizune said in a pleading tone. What? Do you know how much money is at stake? Tsunade asked her apprentice. It's not that Naruto-kun forced you to bet on him, didn't he? Look at that, Hokage. It's time for our respective children to fight, Raza pointed out. A match I wouldn't miss for anything, Jiraya replied, eager to see Naruto in action. Maybe you will change your mind after seeing your son humiliated by my daughter, Raza smugly said. I wouldn't be so sure. Naruto is an extremely strong ninja for a genin, Jiraiya remarked. And Temari is the strongest kunoichi of her generation. Nobody but Gaara is able to beat her. She's pretty much a chunin in all but name. And soon, you will see it, Raza replied, very sure of himself. In the stands reserved for the Suna delegation, Kankuro observed his sister and her rival walking into the arena. Let's see how you deal with my sister, Naruto, the puppeteer apprentice thought. You'll need something more than a few naked pretty boys to take Temari down. Back in the arena, Naruto and Temari were in front of each other, both of them eagerly waiting for Yugao to officially begin the match. The third match of the Chunin exam finals between Naruto Uzumaki from Konoha and Temari from Suna, the purple-haired woman raised her hand in the air. Begin. The second Yugao started the match, Naruto already made a hand seal. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Two Naruto clones appeared flanking him while the original pulled out a couple of kunai. The two clones grabbed Naruto by each side, jumped and tossed Naruto at Temari while in mid-air shortly before disappearing. The flying blonde was ready to slash Temari, but the Suna kunoichi parried the attack with her folded war fan. Temari smirked at him. You thought that as a ranged specialist, if you managed to close the starting gap you could beat me already? She shook her head in disappointment. TSK, I didn't expect you to underestimate me like that, Naruto. Temari then counterattacked by quickly swinging her folded fan like it was a steel club, as well as adding a few kicks for good measure, pushing Naruto back. Damn it, this girl is pretty strong in melee combat too. There goes my original strategy, Naruto cursed inwardly as he parried Temari's attacks as he could. Heads up. Temari said as she unfolded her war fan. She then continued to physically beat Naruto up with it, except that every swing was accompanied by a powerful gust of wind. After swinging her fan with enough force, Temari was able to produce a tornado that hurled Naruto backwards several meters. She then folded the fan, and stabbed it into the ground. That's it? Naruto jumped back on his feet, his determination unbroken. You wish. Good. I was fearing that Shikamaru was the standard of Konoha ninja, Temari sharply replied. So, what are you going to do now, Naruto? How about this? Naruto then made the same hand seal as before. Multi-Shadow Clone Jutsu. Dozens of Naruto clones popped into existence, albeit they didn't appear around the original or at random locations, they appeared forming a circle around Temari, who didn't look impressed. Quantity does not equal quality, Temari pointed out. Quantity has a quality of its own, the real Naruto replied. Then he moved his arms forwards. Attack! Shouting multiple battle cries, the Naruto clones charged at Temari. Very smart, Naruto. You know that while my attacks cover a wide area, they aren't wide enough to repel an attack from every side. But if you think you already got me, you have another thing coming, Temari thought as she merely leaped in the air seconds before the charging clones could get her. However, while she was in mid-air, Temari saw that, much to her horror, only half of the Naruto clones had charged, and the other half remained back, and were pulling out kunai and shuriken from their ninja tool pouches. Temari wouldn't be able to dodge the incoming steel storm while in mid-air. Now, the real Naruto cried. Kunai and shuriken flew to her from every direction. If Temari was a less skilled kunoichi, the fight would have been already over. Sickle Weasel Jutsu. Huh. Rather than aiming at the incoming projectiles, Temari swung her war fan downwards, creating a powerful tornado that quickly pushed her upwards into the air, allowing her to avoid the clone's steel barrage. Wait until she gets down, then attack again. Naruto ordered his clones, who quickly pulled out more weapons from their pouches. However, while still in the air, Temari then placed herself on top of her unfolded war fan, and used it to glide above the stunned Naruto clones like she was surfing in mid-air, and gracefully landed at a safety distance from the orange-clad army. Upon touching the ground, Temari folded her fan again, and smugly smirked at the dumbfounded Naruto. Cool, huh? She asked, then quickly unfolded her fan once again. I believe I let you attack me long enough, now it's my turn. Great Sickle Weasel Jutsu. Swinging his giant fan again, Temari created an incredibly powerful gale force wind that pretty much poofed all the Naruto clones which were caught by surprise by the sudden attack. When the wind attack was over, only Naruto remained. Well, you're indeed a tough nut to crack, Naruto stated. I'm starting to see why Shikamaru wasn't that eager to fight you. Don't tell me you're already thinking in giving up, Temari exasperatedly replied. Oh, no, never. This only adds to the challenge. Naruto laughed. Is that, well, I kind of expect you to be strong, but you blew away my expectations. Nice pun. And by nice and I mean god-awful, Temari replied as her face grimaced. Let's continue this. Shikamaru and Ino watched the match unfold with a lot of interest. At least, Ino looked interested, her teammate looked as impassible as always. You should be more invested on this match, given that Naruto is fighting against the girl that eliminated you from the exams, Ino pointed out. You should cheer Naruto so he can avenge you. I don't want Naruto to avenge me, the lazy Nara replied, and upon seeing Ino's murderous glare, he added, I do want Naruto to win, because he's a friend and a fellow Konoha ninja, but the fact that he's fighting against Temari is irrelevant to me. Come on Shikamaru, where is your pride? Ino exasperatedly asked. I think I left it at home, alongside all my fucks to give regarding revenge, Shikamaru cheekily replied, making Ino frown. Well Naruto, what are you going to do now? Temari asked, smirking confidently. Keep fighting. Is there any other option? Naruto then made a hand seal, creating a handful of clones at both his sides. You must think clones are a solution to everything, Temari mentioned as she shook her head. You'd be surprised, Naruto grinned before making several hand seals. Wind release, Cyclone Vortex. Naruto cast his arms forward, releasing a powerful wind vortex at Temari, who smirked even wider. Oh, so you're a wind type too? Interesting, I thought that there were only in Suna, Temari commented before swinging her war fan. Sickle Weasel Jutsu. The two wind blasts clashed, but Temari's attack was way more powerful than Naruto's, who despite the fact that he was still channeling chakra into it, it was slowly being pushed back. However, this is something the Jinchuriki had already predicted. Now, he told his clones as he tried to push back Temari's wind jutsu. Upon seeing the clones pulling out kunai, Temari adopted a defensive stance. However, rather than tossing them at her, they tossed them at the ground. The Suna kunoichi noticed that the kunai had paper bombs attached, albeit of a different kind. Rather than being dull yellow, the tags were bright red. She identified the kanji of fire on a nearby one, which gave her a bad feeling. Activate the flaming seals, the original Naruto ordered, and Temari lost all the color of her skin. Several Naruto clones made a hand seal, and tags exploded in a fiery ball of fire, which was exponentially enlarged by the two wind jutsu colliding in the middle. The fire completely engulfed both of them, but since Naruto was still channeling his, the giant wall of fire moved towards Temari. "Shit," she yelled as she tried to find a way to come up. Only one thing came to her mind, but it was dumb to the point of being suicidal. With nothing to lose, Temari swung her fan again. Wind release, wind cutter jutsu. The wall of flames roared with more intensity upon being fanned, however the wind managed to cut the incoming wall of fire in two. Temari threw herself at the fissure before it closed again, trying to ignore the pain coming from the flames licking her skin. Thankfully, she managed to come out of it, but she was far from unscathed. Her clothes were badly burned, as was a good chunk of her skin, albeit they weren't very grave burns since Temari used her chakra to shield her whole body from the fire's heat, something Suna genin are taught as means of chakra control instead of water walking. Temari, however, had no time to breathe, as 3 Naruto clones charged at her. "Do you like the flaming seals the boss created? They go really good with his wind release jutsu," one of the clones said as he tried to kick Temari. "They're very easy to make. All he needed was to tweak the existing explosive tags and the help of somebody with a fire affinity," another clone explained as he threw a punch at Temari's face. Fighting against those clones wouldn't be too hard, but her burns and wounds made her feel intense pain whenever she moved an arm or a leg. Even if she defeated those clones, Temari wouldn't last long. Swinging her folded fan in a wide arc that almost made her drop it due to the intense pain, Temari was able to destroy all 3 clones. Then, much to her horror, she saw Naruto and the rest of his clones charging at her. "This ends now," Naruto exclaimed as 2 of his clones tossed him into the air. Then, other 2 clones jumped, grabbed Naruto while still mid-air, and tossed him against Temari, feet forward. Uzumaki Sky Bomb. Temari didn't have enough energy to dodge the attack, and Naruto's dropkick connected. Thanks to the additional momentum gained, he hit her with such force that she was sent hurling backwards, her body slamming against a wall, before falling back to the ground with a thud. Temari tried to stand up, but was unable to. Yugao went to check the fallen kunoichi, and realized that she was in no fighting condition. Temari can't continue fighting. Winner of the 3rd match, Naruto Uzumaki, the female proctor declared. "Yes." Naruto loudly cheered as he jumped up and down. The crowd erupted into a massive uproar. After the previous fight, the Konoha spectators were really happy to see a native ninja beating a foreign one. Naruto started to run around the arena, waving at the public, and even throwing kisses at them. Meanwhile, a pair of medic nin carried Temari away. "I always knew that girl would be a disappointment," Raza spat in disgust. "Don't say that," Jiraya replied. He was about to rub in Naruto's victory, but he didn't want to insult his opponent, especially given how skilled she had proved to be. She gave Naruto quite a good fight. You should feel proud of her. It doesn't matter if the fight is good or not, all what matters is the result, and she lost. "I don't think why I should feel proud," Raza retorted. "Let's hope Gaara doesn't bring as much shame to my village." Jiraiya looked at the Tsunade leader in disgust, and shook his head. It was a miracle that those children appeared so well adjusted after being raised by such a douchebag. Yay! Naruto Nizen won. Kaida cheered as she hugged her brother. Good thing he did. That Temari girl was a really powerful opponent, Shizun commented. Say, Tsunade-sama, do you think that this match will be enough to earn him a promotion? Shizun asked, but Tsunade didn't reply. She then noticed that the seat beside her was empty. Tsunade-sama? Get out of my way. Tsunade's voice shouted from afar as she pushed several spectators aside. I need to cash these winning tickets. Oh, I knew that brat would make me rich. Shizune noticed that Tsunade was heading towards the betting booth. She sighed and shook her head in defeat. A victory at last, Kurenai stated as she sighed in relief. I was fearing that Naruto would fall against that Suna Kunoichi. I knew that that girl was strong, but I didn't imagine just how much, Asuma pondered. She's easily as strong as the average Konoha Chunin. Poor Shikamaru never had a chance to begin with. Indeed. Okay, let's hope that this won't be the assault squad's only victory. Hinata goes next. Against Kakashi's pupil. I'm sure it will be a fight worth watching, Asuma observed. After deciding he had enjoyed the cheers and applause from the public long enough, Yugao told Naruto to return to the competitor's box. There, his remaining teammate awaited him. Naruto-kun, you did it. Hinata stated in an unusually loud display of joy. Ha! Was there any doubt? Naruto proudly replied. And I did it without using my best moves. By the way, let me heal you, Hinata offered, and used the mystical palm jutsu on her crush. Hinata, you shouldn't use your chakra on me when you have a fight now, Naruto told her. Nonsense. This won't take any effort, Hinata dismissed Naruto's concerns as she continued healing him. Congratulations on your victory, Naruto, Gaara's monotone voice said, startling the blonde. He didn't hear him walk towards them. Thanks, Naruto uneasily answered. About your sister, you don't have to apologize. She's a ninja, she knew what she was getting into. You did what you had to do, and so did she, Gaara stated. As I expected, your power is truly worthy of admiration. Thanks. I can't wait to see you in action as well. That fight against Shino was really short. I see, Gaara looked away pensive, then looked back at Naruto. I hope I can put on a better display of my abilities during my match. And then Gaara walked towards another side of the box, leaving Naruto and Hinata alone. After Hinata finished healing Naruto, they stared at each other, as if thinking something to say, but no words came from their mouths. The voice of Yugao calling for the next competitors snapped them back to the real world. All right Hinata, your turn. Show everybody what you're made of. Naruto told her. The Hyuga heiress nodded. Why yes. I've been training a lot for this moment. You're not the only one who has been training, Tamaki interjected, while she did some stretching. By the way, you don't happen to have an allergy to cats, do you? I don't think so, Hinata replied. Good, because if I won another match because my opponent is allergic to my summons, well, it could raise a few eyebrows, don't you think so? Don't worry. I'm sure it will be a great match, regardless of who wins, Hinata replied as cordially as possible. I have no doubts about it, Tamaki replied with a smile, before walking out of the box. I'm heading to the arena, her smile went from polite to cruel. I guess that you'll want some time with your boyfriend before we fight, don't you? Both Hinata and Naruto turned very red, and averted their gazes as they tried to babble a response. Anyway, don't make me wait too long, okay? She said as she playfully winked at them. Naruto and Hinata spent a few moments in an uncomfortable silence. Hinata? Naruto asked. Why yes, Naruto-kun, the Hyuga replied. Good luck out there. Hinata's face slowly returned to its usual pale tone, and smiled warmly at him. Thank you. And thus, Hinata went into the arena in order to face her fellow Konoha Kunoichi and former classmate in order to fight for a promotion. Look, it's Hinata-ne-chan's turn to fight. A week before the finals had started, Hikari Hyuga had reserved several front-row seats for herself, her closest relatives, and some other Hyuga members. To her left was Hanabi, her youngest daughter, and to her right were Niji and his father Hizashi. A dozen other Hyuga members of both main and branch houses occupied the remaining seats, among those were some whom had disapproved of Hinata being kept as the heiress as opposed to Hanabi. Naturally, they weren't going to voice their thoughts in front of her mother, but it was no secret to anybody as to who weren't fond of Hinata. So far, the mood had been quiet among the Hyuga, even during the Naruto fight, but seeing their heiress walk into the arena alongside her opponent caused them to stir with excitement. It was about time, Hikari told her daughter. Let's hope the results of the training pay off. Hinata-sama's opponent didn't strike me as a particularly strong opponent. Hinata-sama shouldn't have any trouble defeating her. Maybe you're right, Niji-kun, but underestimating your adversaries is not a wise thing to do. I thought that after your battle against the Uchiha, you'd know that, Hikari reprimanded him. Niji couldn't help but frown at the mention of his most brutal humiliation so far. His only consolation was that nobody from the clan besides Hinata was there to watch Sasuke pounding the Hyuga prodigy to near death. Not that it made the memory any less painful. There's nothing wrong in making a general assessment of your adversary as long as you keep your guard up, Hizashi intervened. And while I agree with Hikari-sama's statement, I also agree with Niji in that Hinata-sama's match will end in victory. I hope you're right, Hizashi. We all have high hopes on Hinata's performance, Hikari replied. Meanwhile, in the arena, Hinata and Tamaki were in front of each other, waiting expectantly for Yugao to announce the start of the match. The fourth match of the Chunin exam finals between Hinata Hyuga, from Konoha, and Tamaki, from Konoha, the purple-haired woman raised her hand in the air. Begin. Wasting no time, Tamaki started to form hand seals that Hinata recognized as those used for the summoning jutsu. I can't let her summon her cats. Hinata thought as she activated her Byakugan and launched herself at her adversary. Tamaki had to interrupt the seal sequence in order to avoid Hinata's palm strike. However, much to her shock, Hinata's Byakugan detected two blurs that rushed towards her. Upon closer look, she realized the blurs were Tamaki's cats, who leaped into the air, ready to pounce her. With almost no time to react, the Hyuga heiress turned around and managed to kick the male cat, Denga, before he could slash her. She managed to hit the female cat, Hina, with a palm strike, but not without taking a painful scratch from her in return. How did you do it? Hinata asked as she proceeded to heal the scratch. I interrupted your summoning jutsu. That you did, Tamaki said as she started to put on her bladed gauntlets. But Denka and Hina were already in the stadium. I knew that you wouldn't let me summon them. She baited me by pretending to summon her cats. When the cats were already there, I have to stay alert. Tamaki might not be the strongest kunoichi, but she's really crafty, Hinata thought. Tamaki just finished putting on her gauntlets. So are you ready to fight? This time for real? Tamaki asked as she and her cats adopted a fighting pose. As Naruto watched Hinata and Tamaki fight each other, he was approached by the third Jinchuriki in the competitor's box. So, that's the girl you told me about? Fu casually asked. Yeah. Naruto replied with a small smile. She's pretty cute. And looks like a nice girl. No wonder why you like her, Fu stated. Yeah, well, if only she liked me back, Naruto sadly replied, looking down. Fu looked at him with her eyes wide open, as if Naruto said an obscenity. Are you kidding me? Huh, the blonde dumbly asked. Come on, that girl's crazy for you. Fu exclaimed. Didn't you notice the way she acts when she's around you? How? Naruto asked, not sure if that was a rhetoric question. The same way you act towards her? Fu asked, hoping that it would ring a bell. My goodness, you may thank Kami for your good looks and skill as a ninja, because otherwise you wouldn't go a long way with that empty head of yours, Fu stated as she lightly knocked Naruto's head with her knuckles. Knock it off. Naruto protested, swiping Fu's arm away. Listen, it's not that easy, okay? How so? The green-haired girl asked. Hinata and I know each other since we were little. We were each other's first and best friend for half our lives. And I absolutely loved how things used to be. But now I find myself seeing her with different eyes, and realize that things will never be the same no matter what I do. Hell, even if she does likes me back and we become a couple, what if things don't work out and we break up? We won't be able to go back as just being friends like nothing happened. Fu placed a comforting hand on Naruto's shoulder. Yes, you're right. Things will be different. But they may be better as well. Nothing ever stays the same, and trying to force them so is foolish. It sounds to me that your friendship with Hinata wants to become something more. You should let things flow their natural course, don't fight against it. Besides, even if things don't work out, I'm sure you'll never stop being friends. If Hinata was the kind of person that would give up on you the moment things don't go smoothly, you wouldn't be her friend either, right? Naruto stared at Fu in disbelief for a few seconds. Don't take this the wrong way, but you're way smarter than you look. Of course. Fu proudly replied. People tend to assume that just because I'm bubbly and outgoing, I'm easily distracted, and more often than not say the first thing that crosses my mind without thinking first. Fu then paused, and looked confused. Wait a minute, where I was going with all of this? That you're smart? Ah, yes, of course. That I'm super smart and you should totally follow my awesome advice. Fu energetically declared once again. So when the match is over, I want you to walk towards Hinata and give her a huge kiss in the lips. Naruto remained silent for a few seconds. I think that maybe I should try to tell her how I feel first. Thanks for your advice. So how about if we focus on the current match? Fu smiled. That's a good idea too. Come on Hinata, you can win this. Naruto shouted. Go Tamaki. Kick her ass. Fu cheered. Naruto then turned at her with an indignant scowl. What? Hinata may be your crush, but I don't know her at all, while Tamaki is a friend of mine. Lightning release, thunder palm. Hinata activated her signature jutsu, as her hand started to crackle with blue and white electricity, before she tried to strike Tamaki. The cat Kunoichi elegantly jumped back, avoiding the attack. Guess I better do my best to avoid your sparky hands, Tamaki commented. Your hands aren't exactly fit for caresses either, Hinata replied as she dodged a swipe from Tamaki's bladed gauntlets. Her Byakugan detected one of the cats trying to attack her from behind, but she was quick enough to repel him with a good-placed kick. Thanks to sparring with Naruto, I'm used to fight against multiple opponents at once, Hinata proudly thought. Upon seeing the cat, Denka, easily standing up, she added, but these cats won't poof after taking one hit. This time, both Tamaki and her cats lunged at Hinata from different directions. Hinata merely jumped aside, hoping for the three to crash into each other. But displaying their agility, the two cats managed to quickly turn around and leap at Hinata once again. She quickly struck one of the cats, the male one, with an accurate palm strike, but the other one sank her fangs on that very hand. Ow! Hinata yelped as she tried to shake the cat from her arm. Gotcha! Tamaki shouted before lunging at Hinata, her metal claws aimed at her. Even with the cat still biting her arm, Hinata managed to jump aside, and Tamaki's blades only slashed her coat. Hinata managed to get rid of Hina by strongly smacking the cat's head. Then, she looked at her partially shredded coat. I really like this coat, Hinata whined as she looked at her now ruined piece of clothing. My grandma sells clothes. I'm sure you can find something. Besides, aren't you Hyuga completely loaded? Tamaki asked as she dashed against Hinata once again. Death Steel Ring. Once she was close to her target, Tamaki started to rapidly spin with her arms extended. As fast as she could, Hinata took off her jacket and tossed it at Tamaki, who instantly tore it to shreds the moment it touched her. When she was about to counterattack, Hinata was once again blindsided by Denka and Hina. Don't forget about us. Hina meowed. Vacuum palm. Hinata was able to blast Hina away, but Denka managed to slash one of her arms. You know, I used to love cats, but after this fight, I don't think that will be the case. You should admire cats for their skill and intelligence. Tamaki mentioned as she dashed towards Hinata once again. Drill claw. Tamaki leaped at Hinata with her gauntlets facing forward, as she started to spin while on mid-air. The attack was similar to Kiba's Fang passing Fang, except that Tamaki moved faster while her spinning speed was lower. Vacuum palm wall. Hinata thrust both palms forward, releasing a powerful vacuum shell, blasting Tamaki away and countering her attack. Tamaki-chan. Denga cried as he and his sister rushed towards the brown-haired girl. Ugh, that was surely something, Tamaki dizzily commented as she tried to stand up. But such a strong attack must have cost her a ton of chakra. I think this is the time to counterattack. Back in the stands, Kiba, Shino and Kakashi were watching the match. Boy, Hinata surely is way more than she looks, Kiba commented. I thought that Tamaki would win easily, but Hinata is proving to be especially strong. Just like how you thought that Karen would be an easy win. Kakashi sharply replied. Kiba frowned, and averted his eyes. Hinata may be silent and meek, but that does not make her weak. Don't forget the clan she hails from, Shino punctualized. Then again, Tamaki had only been using the most basic moves of her arsenal. Indeed. Tamaki has been smart in trying to assess her opponent's strength before going all out. I think she's about to get serious, Kakashi observed. Though I wouldn't put past Hinata to still have an ace in the hole. And now? Tamaki dramatically exclaimed as she crossed her arms in front of her face. You will experience the power of feline ninjutsu. Tamaki spread her arms outwards, and she was enveloped by a fiery blue aura of chakra. Let's go. Tamaki dashed at Hinata at an amazingly fast speed. All what Hinata could do was adopt a defensive stance and hope to block the incoming hit and counterattack. Cat claw dash. Hinata tried to dodge, but even then Tamaki managed to leave a minor scratch. Her Byakugan noticed that upon rushing past her, Tamaki turned around was heading towards her once more. Cat claw dash. This time, Hinata managed to completely avoid Tamaki's onslaught, but unfortunately this time she didn't attack alone, and Denka and Hina managed to add more scratches to Hinata's ever-growing collection. The process repeated quite a few more times, with Tamaki viciously assaulting Hinata, the two cats blindsiding her, and the Hyuga doing nothing but trying to defend herself. If I continue like this, she will beat me. Hinata thought as her mind tried to come up with a solution. Just like she does to me, I need to attack her when she's vulnerable. Upon dodging one of Tamaki's fast attacks, Hinata quickly formed several hand seals. Lightning release, thunderbolt. Blue lightning bolts came from Hinata's fingers and flew towards Tamaki. However, making a display of cat-like agility, the brown-haired girl merely leaped above the electrical attack, which merely hit the ground instead. Once again, she was left wide open to Denka and Hina's attack. I don't like it. Hinata-sama is cornered, and is forced to fight on the defensive, Niji observed. If this continues, she might lose. Ha, look at that. The clan heiress, losing to some clan less kunoichi that relies on cats to fight, a Hyuga elder stated. Look at how awful the clan's image will be after this. If she's losing this badly against that girl, I can't imagine if she were to fight against somebody truly powerful like the Uchiha or Naruto-san, a younger Hyuga added. It was clear that Hinata's poor performance made her detractors more eager to share their thoughts about the current heiress. Shut up. Hinata-chan will win. You'll see. Hanabi protested. The match hasn't ended yet, Hikari reminded everybody. Do not cast your judgment before the proctor announces a winner. Despite her protest, Hikari was afraid that Hinata would lose. So far, her efforts of teaching her the clan's two most powerful jutsu weren't as fruitful as she had hoped. Come on Hinata, I know you can do it. Okay, I believe that this has been going on for long enough, Tamaki declared. Denka, Hina, get ready, we're about to finish this. Alright, Tamaki-chan. Denka replied as he and his sister moved in opposite directions. That's it, this is the end, Hinata grimly thought. I have no way of countering Tamaki's attacks, and this one seems to be even stronger than the ones before. If only I was able to master the heavenly spin, Hinata then briefly remembered when she tried to learn the heavenly spin. She had seen Niji mastering it in no time, but even with her mother's help, she was unable to get it right, so she decided to ask Niji for advice. Show me how you do it, Niji asked as he activated his Byakugan. Hinata nodded, and started the jutsu. However, when she was mid-spin, she tripped on her feet and fell into the ground face first. Ouch! I believe I saw where the problem lies, Niji stated as he helped her back on her feet, his Byakugan now deactivated. The heavenly spin requires speed. You don't spin with enough speed, and thus you're unable to build enough momentum, so when you release your chakra, you lose your balance. My mother said something similar, Hinata replied. She told me the same about the normal gentle fist. That's why I had the idea to combine it with lightning chakra. It makes my strikes faster. And why don't you use the same method for the heavenly spin, then? Niji asked. I tried, but while generating lightning chakra in my hands is easy, generating it through my whole body is much harder. Not to mention that I'll need to do it while spinning, and it requires a lot of concentration, Hinata explained, then she looked downwards. Besides, now I see it was nothing but a crutch to make up for my lack of prowess. It would be better if I try to learn the clan's jutsu the old-fashioned way instead of relying on these shortcuts. I don't believe they're shortcuts. You clearly aren't as suited for the gentle fist as the rest of us, so you changed it to fit you better. Maybe that's what you need to do in order to master the heavenly spin. Despite Niji's thoughts, Hinata had been trying to learn the heavenly spin like any other clan member would, with little success. Maybe if I followed Niji's advice and tried to add lightning to it, but it's too late now, Hinata thought in resignation. Or is it? Tamaki and her cats charged at her from 3 different directions. No, it is not. I still have one chance to do this, Hinata thought as she ran through the hand seals she used for the thunder palm, except this time she tried to spread the chakra through the whole body. Soon, she felt her body crackling with electricity. Now's my chance. Hinata noticed that she was starting to spin at a much faster rate than when she tried to do it normally. And when she reached the optimal spinning speed, she released her chakra through all her tenketsu. What the? A confused Tamaki asked as she was about to skewer Hinata. Heavenly spin. What happened next left everybody else completely dumbfounded, the Hyuga more so. Instead of turning into a spinning blue dome of chakra, Hinata released several churka shockwaves in every direction, as well as plenty of lightning bolts. The energy released was so powerful that it hurled Tamaki and her cats backwards, and slammed them against the arena's wall. The Hyuga Eris stopped spinning, and then started to walk in a zigzag as if she was drunk, before falling on her knees. Yugao checked Tamaki. She was unconscious and had multiple bruises and burns, but nothing too threatening. She noticed that Hinata didn't look much better, at the very least she was conscious. Tamaki can't continue fighting. Winner of the 4th match, Hinata Hyuga, the purple-haired woman declared. There will be a recess of 10 minutes before the next match begins. Once again, the crowd erupted into cheers. While the medics took Tamaki away, Yugao noticed that Hinata didn't move from her spot. She went to check if she was okay. Hey girl, are you feeling alright? Can you continue? Yugao asked. I feel a bit dizzy, Hinata explained. I think you exhausted most of your chakra, the purple-haired woman explained. I see. Did I lose? Hinata asked. Yugao stared at her, confused. No, you won. Didn't you hear me declaring you the winner of the match? What? Now a bit less dizzy, Hinata noticed the medics taking Tamaki away on a stretcher. Are you feeling alright? Yugao asked. Weakly, Hinata nodded. In that case, you should return to the competitor's box and wait for your next match. Tsunade, did you teach her that? Asuma asked his girlfriend. The power of that jutsu left the Sarutobi completely stunned. I can tell you I have nothing to do with that. That must be something she learned from her family, Kurenai replied, just as astonished. I don't think so, that doesn't look like the traditional Hyuga jutsu at all. It has to be something she came up on her own, Asuma countered. Albeit it looked like something she improvised in the spur of the moment than an actual jutsu. I'll have to ask Hinata about it. Then again, I don't mind the means, Hinata won her fight. And I believe her improvisation may land her a promotion. Mother, what was that? An incredulous Hanabi asked. I'm as perplexed as you are, honey, Hikari replied. It's as if Hinata tried to combine the heavenly spin with lightning chakra. Whatever it was amazing. Hanabi gushed. When the exams ends, Hinata-ne-chan has to teach me that jutsu. It was impressive, indeed, although it looked out of control, Hizashi observed. I believe Hinata-sama tried to use lightning chakra in order to reach the necessary speed to perform the heavenly spin. However, she didn't take into account how the elemental chakra would affect the jutsu as a whole. Hence such chaotic results, Niji wondered aloud. You might not be a prodigy like me, Hinata-sama, but you're surely resourceful. Wow, Hinata, that was amazing. Naruto cheered upon seeing his teammate back. Thank you, the Hyuga weakly replied. Truth be told, I didn't like the idea of fighting you, but after seeing that boy, I can't wait until the first round is over so we can fight each other. It will be epic. I'm glad you look forward it, Naruto-kun, but I don't think I will be able to give you much of a fight. I'm almost completely out of chakra, an exhausted Hinata told him. Oh, that has an easy solution. Naruto then grabbed his hand, and Hinata soon noticed her chakra reserves being replenished. Naruto-kun, you're giving me your chakra? Hinata asked in disbelief. But no buts. Naruto interrupted her. Listen, you healed me before, and besides, I want to fight you at your full power. Don't worry about my chakra, I have plenty to spare. I don't think I ever suffered from chakra exhaustion in my life. If you say so, Hinata conceded as she felt Naruto's chakra being pumped into her system, and she started to heal her many scratches and wounds Tamaki had left on her. Naruto, Gaara's voice said, startling both the blonde and the Hyuga again, since neither of them heard him coming. My match is about to begin. I hope that this time, you can get a better appreciation of my skills. Yeah, sure. I won't take my eyes from the fight. Naruto told his fellow Jinchuriki. Good luck out there. It's not him the one who needs luck, Ten, who had heard the conversation, thought. Let's hope Gai-sensei's training was enough to defeat that sand guy. Oh, Ten. Naruto called her. Yes? Haku isn't here, but if he was, he'd wish you good luck. Naruto said as he gave her a thumbs up, and winked at her in a very unsubtle way. If you know what I mean, Ten looked at him puzzled, and tilted her head as if saying, no, I don't know what you mean, but she merely thanked him, and followed Gaara into the arena. Naruto-kun, that was really sweet, Hinata praised. Naruto widely smiled. Thanks. Hinata then grew serious. But please, don't do it again, ever. It was painful to watch. Huh. Well, Kazekage, your son is about to fight, Jiraya mentioned. I heard that he's quite powerful, somebody befitting his status. Indeed. He may not bring shame to our village like his sister did, Raza coldly stated, his eyes fixed on the redhead. What is this status you talk about, Hokage? The Raikage asked with mild interest. The son of the Kazekage, of course, Raza replied. Given that you're the son of a Kage yourself, Raikage, I'm sure you can see my point of view. Gaara and Tenten went in front of each other. Tenten was uneasy, and seemed to nervously shift on the spot. Gaara was calm to the point of looking bored, his arms crossed. Upon checking that both combatants were ready, Yugao proceeded to start the match. The fifth match of the Chunin exam finals between Tenten, from Konoha, and Gaara, from Suna, the purple-haired woman raised her hand in the air. Begin. The moment Yugao's last word left her lips, a huge amount of sand started to pour from Gaara's gourd. Tenten yelped and jumped backwards a few times in order to put some distance. Gaara made no attempt at closing the gap. "Okay, let's see how strong that sand of yours really is," Tenten stated as she pulled out a medium-sized storage scroll, and leaped mid-air while she opened it. Manipulated tools, Steel Storm. A rain of kunai and shuriken fell upon Gaara, but the sand formed a barrier that protected him from any harm. Gaara made a couple of hand seals. Wind Release, Sand Shuriken. The wall of sand shot several razor-sharp projectiles that, despite their speed, Tenten managed to swiftly dodge. However, one of them managed to graze her left leg, leaving a superficial gash, making her wince. "I better step up my game," Tenten thought as she pulled out yet another sealing scroll, from which she pulled a simple metal staff. She twirled the staff a few times, before adopting a battle pose. Gaara took it as a hint to attack. Motioning his arm forward, Gaara commanded the sand to attack. Sand Barrage. A torrent of sand flowed at great speed at Tenten. Keeping her cool, the Konoha Kunoichi stepped aside to avoid it, and dashed at Gaara at a fast pace. When she was in melee range, she was about to smack him with her metal staff when another wall of sand automatically appeared between her and the redhead. "I already got you," Gaara thought as he prepared a counterattack. However, when Tenten was centimeters away from hitting the wall of sand, and have her weapon stuck on it, she stopped, and much to Gaara's puzzlement, she vanished before him. "Huh?" Gaara dumbly asked. The reply came in the form of a painful hit to the back of the head that sent him falling into the ground. Fortunately, the sand formed a cushion on the spot he was about to fall, making it a bit less painful. When Gaara was standing up, Tenten suddenly appeared before him and kicked him in the ribs, hard. Before the sand had the chance to repel the Odango-haired threat, Tenten appeared behind him again and smacked him in the legs. Seeing no other option to keep Tenten away, Gaara formed a tornado of sand around himself. Tenten was forced to jump out of the tornado's area of effect if she didn't want to get shredded by the sand. In the Kage box, Raza was speechless. "That girl," he babbled. "How can that normal girl be beating Gaara like that? Our genin are full of surprises, don't you think so?" Jiraya replied with a complacent smile. Niji was just as speechless as Gaara's father. When did Tenten become this fast, he pondered. In another section of the stands, Tenten-sensei and second teammate were watching the fight with utmost interest. "Wosh! Tenten's training is finally paying off," Lee exclaimed. "Indeed. We did a great job fanning her flames of youth, don't you think so?" Guy asked. "Now Tenten is so fast that the sand can't keep up with her. And the best part it's that she didn't use her ace in the hole yet." "Yes. It has to believe that such amazing speed was nothing but a positive side effect of the real training she underwent." Tenten assessed the situation. It didn't appear that the sand tornado would slow down any time soon. She'd need to find a way to break that defense. She pulled out another scroll and jumped. Manipulated tools, Rain of Fire. A storm of kunai rained upon Gaara, which were all stopped by the sand. However, these kunai all had explosive tags attached to them. The Konoha Kunoichi made a hand seal, detonating all of them at once. Multiple explosions rocked the stadium. When the dust cleared off, part of Gaara's sand had been turned into glass, but he still had plenty to spare. The tornado had disappeared, being replaced by a dome of sand with presumably Gaara inside of it. A few grains of sand detached from the dome, and formed an eye that floated above it. "Huh? Is that an actual eye?" I guess that he uses it to see while inside that dome, Tenten deduced. Anyway, I better try to break that shell. Discarding her metal staff, Tenten pulled out that same weapon storage scroll and unsealed a couple long swords. She then rushed at Gaara, and tried to slash at the sand dome. However, when she was at fighting distance, a giant arm of sand emerged from the dome, and tried to grab her. Tenten was able to stop in time and jump backwards, but the arm followed her. Each of the hand's finger took the shape of a serpentine dragon and tried to bite her, but once again the weapon mistress managed to avoid them. When she fell back enough distance, the dragons returned to the dome and disappeared. So, that's your strategy, To fight defensively and wait for me to get tired trying to breach your unbreakable defense, Tenten thought as she stabbed both long swords into the ground. Okay, let's see what you do when your defense fails. The Odango-haired Kunoichi crossed her arms in front of her face, and started to channel her chakra. Her body started to glow with a faint green light, as small pieces of dirt started to float in mid-air. She then spread her arms outwards, and her body burst with chakra in such a sudden and potent way that even non-sensors were able to feel it. Gate of opening, open. What? Niji exclaimed out loud. Gai-sensei taught her how to open the celestial gates. I never thought he'd do such a thing, but then again, I don't think there's nothing else she could have done if she wanted to beat Gaara. Both Guy and Rock Lee were trembling with excitement upon seeing Tenten opening the first gate. Technically speaking, opening the gates is a very easy process, and once you know how to open one, you can open all 8 of them. The problem, though, is handling the backlash of the gates. The first time Tenten opened a gate, despite the immense rush of power, it afflicted her body so much afterwards that she needed a whole day just to recover her mobility. So, besides her usual training in marksmanship and armed melee combat, Tenten joined Guy and Lee on their morning workouts in order to train her body to be more durable, stronger and faster, qualities she also needed to defeat her opponent. Thanks to the intensive training, Tenten's body was good enough to at least withstand the backlash of the first gate. Although, when Guy offered to teach her the front lotus, Tenten declined, claiming that she had another idea in mind of how to use her newfound power. Okay, Gaara, let's see how your defense can withstand this, Tenten said as she unsealed a single kunai from a storage scroll. Upon grabbing it, the kunai started to glow with a blue aura. Ha! Tenten tossed the kunai at the sand dome with such force and speed, that it tore both an entry and an exit hole on it, briefly revealing a stunned Gaara inside before the holes slowly closed, before they crashed against the ground, making a small explosion. She pierced my sand dome? How? The puzzled Jinchuriki wondered. Tenten smiled wickedly as she pulled out 8 more kunai, holding 4 on each hand. After infusing them with chakra, she tossed 4 of them at the same time, and as it happened before, they pierced the sand dome as if it was wet paper. This is bad. If she can bypass my defense, I can't stand still. Gaara thought as he undid the sand dome and started to run. Tenten laughed at the running redhead. You can run, but you can't hide from me and my flames of youth. The Odango-haired girl claimed, and upon noticing what she said, shuddered in disgust. EW. Why did I say that? Tenten continued to pelt Gaara with her chakra-enhanced weapons. The Suna Jinchuriki could only try to dodge the steel projectiles, or try to deflect them with his sand. I can't let her force me to fight defensively, I need to attack too. Gaara thought as he made several hand seals. Monstrous sand arm. Gaara's sand formed a huge arm ended in a clawed hand that shot at Tenten, and tried to grab her. The Kunoichi proved to be too fast for Gaara's sand, and vanished before his very eyes. Feeling a hunch, Gaara repeated the action, except he aimed the arm backwards. The attack failed once again, but the sound of a female voice yelping followed by brief air current made him realize that his hunch was right. Damn it, he realized that I would attack him from behind. I better not be so predictable. Tenten thought. She's too fast. I need to stop or at least slow her down. Gaara thought as he started to send sand underground. She likes to jump a lot, but sooner or later she'll fall in my trap. Tenten continued pelting Gaara with her enhanced weapons, which Gaara barely avoided by moving as fast as his non-athletic body allowed him to, and using sand to slow and divert the attacks. Both combatants started to notice that Tenten's pace was starting to slow down, and her green aura looked more dim. Oh no! The power boost of the first gate is fading already, she thought in horror as her energy started to slowly being replaced by exhaustion. She's slowing down, now's my chance. Gaara thought as he made a hand motion. Sand coffin. Sand burst from under the spot Tenten just landed on. She tried to jump, but she wasn't fast enough, and several sand tendrils wrapped around her legs, stopping her from moving. More sand started to wrap around her body until it formed a cocoon that left only her head exposed. And so it ends, Gaara declared, as he walked towards her. Now please surrender. I have no wish of inflicting you more harm than the already done. Damn it, he got me good. What the hell am I supposed to do? Tenten's brain raced through the possibilities, until she came up with a solution, albeit one that she didn't like one bit. I haven't mastered it yet, but I can't give up so soon. Well? Gaara was waiting. I don't think I can surrender just now, Tenten replied, as the green aura surrounding her started to once again glow with more intensity. Gate of Healing, open. The burst of chakra was so potent that it completely blew the sand coffin apart. Taking advantage of Gaara's shock, Tenten managed to close the distance gap in less than a second and kick him in the face before his sand protection had any time to react, sending him flying backwards. Rather than follow on the attack, though, Tenten went to retrieve the two long swords that she discarded earlier, and dashed towards Gaara, leaving a green glowing trail behind. I haven't mastered this technique yet, but if it worked for Hinata earlier, I don't think why it couldn't work for me, Tenten thought before leaping mid-air. This is bad. Sand armor, now. Gaara thought as sand started to form a skin-tight protection around him. As she fell, Tenten spread her arms and started to spin. Raging Blade Storm. Tenten turned into a tornado of razor-sharp death that rushed towards Gaara. Using the sand as a spring, he jumped out of Tenten's way, who stopped spinning upon missing. However, much to Gaara's frustration, she attacked again. Raging Blade Storm. Not this time, Gaara replied, still keeping his cool while he went through hand seals as fast as he could. Wind Release, Roar of the Desert. Gaara sent a barrage of sand at her, but Tenten was spinning at such speed that she somehow managed to cut the sand stream in two, which was unable to even stop her down. Gaara tried to jump aside, but he was unable to avoid multiple cuts on his body that thankfully, were absorbed by the sand armor, which started to crack. I see I have to crack that armor if I want to do any damage, Tenten thought as she prepared to attack again. Here she comes, Gaara thought as he prepared his counterattack. However, rather than using the same attack for the third time, Tenten vanished before his eyes, and appeared a second later in front of him, centimeters from his face. Before Gaara, or his sand, had any time to react, Tenten kicked him in the jaw, which sent him flying upwards. But it didn't stop there, as Tenten managed to jump into the spot Gaara was kicked to, and smacked him again, sending him flying into different directions, his armor cracking with each hit. With the last hit, that sent Gaara back into the ground, the armor was completely broken. I'm running out of energy, I need to finish this now. Tenten thought before raising both swords above her head. Reverse Raging Blade Storm. This time, Tenten spun vertically, turning herself not in a tornado but more like a human buzzsaw, flying down at Gaara. Gaara, upon seeing Tenten coming down, knew that there was only one thing he could do. Ultimately hard absolute defense, Shield of Shikaku. Between Gaara and Tenten appeared a toy-like replica of the one-tailed beast, wearing a wide-brimmed rural hat, that was roughly thrice the size of Gaara. Upon impact, Tenten started to cut through it. Impossible. Nobody is able to bypass my ultimate defense, a concerned Gaara shouted aloud. Unfortunately for Tenten, her spinning speed started to slow down, until she was forced to cancel the attack, and jump backwards to put some distance. Damn, I ran out of energy before I could finish this too. Tenten thought in frustration. Every bit of my body hurts. I could win this if I opened another gate, but then the backlash would be so bad it could end my ninja career forever. Guess I'll have to try in 6 months. Tenten dropped her long swords, which felt like they weighed a ton each, and raised her hand. Proctor, I wish to forfeit, Tenten said between pants. Are you sure? Yugao asked. The weapon mistress nodded. I don't have any more energy left. If I keep pushing my body further, I'm afraid I may not make it. I can always try next time. Good choice, girl, Yugao replied with a smile. Tenten forfeits the match. Winner of the 5th match, Gaara, the purple-haired woman declared. There will be a recess of 10 minutes before the next match begins. Tenten sighed and dropped on her knees. Can you call the medics, Yugao-san? The proctor nodded, and made a hand signal, prompting 2 medic nin to enter the arena. But before they could take her away, Gaara walked to her, as he recalled his sand back into the gourd. You proved to be much stronger than I had initially thought. I wasn't expecting a worthy adversary until the later rounds, but you proved me wrong. Even in defeat, you should feel proud of yourself, Gaara told her. Thank you, Tenten said between pants. Maybe one day you can give me a rematch? You can be sure of it, was the last thing Gaara said before Tenten was carried away to the infirmary, and Gaara himself returned to the competitor's box. Jiraya, I'm going to admit it, Raza began, still refusing to address the Hokage by his title. That girl gave Gaara quite a fight. But she was destined to lose even before the match started. You seem to have quite a lot of hope in your kid, haven't you? Jiraiya replied. Tenten proved to be exceptional, yet she isn't even among the strongest Konoha genin in the competition. Others such as Naruto or Sasuke might be able to defeat him. I find it unlikely. There's no genin who can defeat Gaara, Raza replied as he dismissed the idea with a hand wave. No matter who he fights against, he will rise victorious. We'll see about that, Kazekage. We'll see. In the end, Tenten lost. What a pity, I was sure she was about to win, a deflated Lee said. She had the bad luck of having to fight against an extremely resilient opponent. If we only had a bit more time to master the gates, Guy wondered aloud in resignation. Still, that blade storm was really impressive, Lee observed. She knew how to take advantage of the gate's power boost, and apply it to her area of expertise. Yes, even if she lost, she gave it everything. Guy agreed. Who knows, maybe she impressed the examiners enough to promote her. So, how I was out there, Naruto? Gaara asked upon returning to the waiting area. Simply amazing. Naruto praised. Now I can't wait to fight you, and see how well my jutsu will do against yours. Maybe we can use that as an extra motivation to win our following matches, Gaara replied. Though even if I do not wish to demean or underestimate our potential rivals, I'm sure I can defeat almost everybody here until our paths inevitably cross. You're pretty strong, so I wouldn't say it's a crazy idea, Naruto admitted. But I'm pretty strong too. You don't have to tell me. I see you made a number on my sister, Gaara reminded him, which caused Naruto to laugh very awkwardly. So, this will be the last match of the first round, Shursui commented. Yes. Now it's Karen's turn to fight against that Jinchuriki from Taki, Shizun mentioned. First Sakura and now her. Why did all my genin end up fighting against a Jinchuriki? That's not fair. Sasuke didn't fight against one, Shursui reminded her. Anyway, I saw how strong Karen grew during this month. I'm sure she'll do fine. Thanks for the assurance, but I doubt her opponent spent this month slacking off. At the very least, Karen seemed confident that she could win, Sakura piped in. Alright, Fu is finally going to fight, Shibuki stated, eager to see her in action. I wish her fight was a bit sooner. You must feel really proud of her, don't you, Shibuki? Raza asked. After all, a minor ninja village being able to compete against the great villages, you must feel like a kid that's allowed to hang out with the grown-ups, aren't you? With all due respect, Kazukijdano, Takigakure might not be a great village, but that's no reason to underestimate us, Shibuki firmly replied. If Raza thought that he could use his status as a Kage to bully him, he had another thing coming. I agree with Shibuki. Let's see his genin fight first before casting a judgment, the Hokage intervened. Raza frowned, while Shibuki looked at A in disbelief, surprised that the scary-looking man would come to his defense, something Jiraya found mildly amusing. Thank you, Hokage-dano, Shibuki stuttered. Alright, it's my time to fight. Fu excitedly claimed. Why am I always one of the last to fight? It's as if everybody forgets about me or something. Naruto chuckled. You know, people also tend to forget about Shino as well, being so silent and all that. Another thing you have in common? Har har, Fu sarcastically laughed. Oh, and by the way, thanks a lot for telling me about Ikaraku. I didn't know you could eat so good. Albeit my teammates were rather mad at the bill I ended up racking, I know, right? That's the best place to eat in the world. Naruto proudly agreed. And the manager and his daughter were super nice to me. Fu continued, just as excited. And were very sad that I wasn't going to stay in Konoha. Then he said something about wanting to move to a bigger house, which frankly I don't know what it had to do with anything anyway. I better not start rambling, my match is now, wish me luck. Hey! Fu's rival, Karen, protested, as she walked towards the Jinchuriki duo. It's me whom Naruto should wish luck. Oh. Why, exactly? Fu asked, as she scratched her head. Because we're from the same clan, the Uzumaki. Karen told her. Really? That's so cool. Fu replied, cheerful as ever. If you're family of Naruto, then I need to know you better. Say, how about if we go to eat something after the exam is over? Though you will have to pay, since I already blew up all our money on ramen. You blew all your money on ramen? Karen asked incredulity. It's that I couldn't decide what kind of ramen I wanted to order, so I order one of each to see which one I would like the most, and I ended up liking all of them so much that I ended up ordering one of each ramen again. Too bad neither me nor my teammates have enough money anymore, though maybe I can ask Shibuki for more money since he's here. Once again, Fu lost herself in her thoughts. I think I'm going to the arena, Karen stated as she left, not wanting to be caught by Fu's inherent weirdness. Fu, I think you should go too, Naruto told her. Huh? Why? The green-haired girl asked. Oh, right, the match. Karen-chan, wait for me. And Fu rushed into the arena after Karen. Unlike the other Chunin hopefuls, Karen and Fu didn't get into position to fight each other. In Fu's case, she flew around the stadium, scanning the stands, until she found the people she was looking for, Kakashi's animal squad. She smiled and flew down at them. Hey guys. Fu chimed in. I'm so happy to see you here. Hope you cheer for me even if my opponent is a Konoha ninja. Given that Karen is the reason for me being already out, let's say that I wasn't planning on cheering her, Kiba replied. Sure, Fu, you will have our support for your match, Shino agreed. Although I wouldn't count on Shino cheering you on very loudly, Kiba said before chuckling. Huh, yeah, that wouldn't be him. But knowing that he's rooting for me is enough, Fu replied. Fu, I don't want to be rude, but shouldn't you go back to the arena? Kakashi pointed out. You may get disqualified for fooling around. You can always talk once the exams are over. Oh, right. I better get going. Fu said before flying back into the arena. Wings, Kakashi thought, his interest mildly stirred. Are they the product of a bloodline limit or something else? While Fu had a brief talk with Team Kakashi, Karen was also looking for somebody else, 2 people to be precise. Thanks to her sensor ability, she was able to find said people in no time. The first was her mother, whom she waved at despite sitting in one of the middle rows. But lucky for her, the other one was sitting in one of the first row seats. "Hey, Niji-kun!" Karen shouted as she waved at him. "Wish me luck." In normal circumstances, Niji would have merely nodded at her, but at that distance Karen wouldn't notice such a subtle gesture, so he was forced to wave back at her to acknowledge her. This display didn't go unnoticed to his immediate family. "That girl seems to be very familiar with you, Niji," Hisashi observed. "Who is she?" "A teammate of Sasuke Uchiha," Niji replied. "After Sasuke beat me near death, Karen healed me back. If it wasn't for her intervention, my recovery wouldn't have been so quick." "I see," Hisashi said. "And that's it?" Hikari asked, a bit confused. She felt there was something more to the red-headed girl. "No. A few weeks ago I treated her to lunch as way to thank her for her kind action," Niji explained. "She liked my company, so she requested for us to eat together some more. I must admit, I do enjoy her company as well." "So you're dating her," Hikari concluded. "Oh, Nisan has a girlfriend," Hanabi stated in a teasing tone. "No, Hikari-sama." "Why do you say that?" Niji asked. The Hyuga matriarch barely resisted the urge of both slap her forehead, and slap Niji quite a few times. The worst part was that Niji seemed to be awfully oblivious about it. For a so-called genius, he could be unbelievably dense. "Niji-kun, when we're back home, you and I are going to have a serious talk," Hikari stated in a firm, almost reprimanding tone. "I don't understand, Hikari-sama. Did I do something wrong? Do you not approve of me spending time with that girl?" Niji asked in confusion. "Actually, it's the complete opposite." Hikari's answer left Niji even more baffled. After a delayed start, Karen and Fu were in front of each other, ready to prove which one of the two was more deserving of being a Chunin. Yugao wasted no time to start the match. The 6th match of the Chunin exam finals, and final match of the first round, between Karen Uzumaki, from Konoha, and Fu, from Taki, the ANBU raised her hand in the air. "Begin." Karen wasted no time and opened the fight with her blonde relative's signature jutsu. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Unlike Naruto, Karen's limit was still 4 clones. Not even the month of training was enough to push beyond that limit. "Scatter," the original redhead ordered her clones, which did as she said, and surrounded Fu in a circle. "Did you forget that I can fly?" Fu said as her wings sprout from her back and started to fly. "Surrounding a flying target is useless." "Oh, I was expecting that," Karen replied with a wicked chuckle. "Everybody, now. Adamantine Sealing Chain." Karen and her clones cast one hand upwards, and shot a chakra chain from the palm of their hand. During her training, Karen was able to learn how to cast her chakra chains from her hands instead of her back. While the hand only has enough surface for one chain, it was much easier to direct and control as a result. Never mind that it used less chakra, and it was easier for a clone to do it. "Oh shit!" Fu cursed after narrowly dodging a chain. "Oh shit!" Fu cursed louder when another chain almost touched her. "OHSHIT," she cursed the loudest when a chain wrapped around her legs. Karen and the clones who failed to catch her quickly dispelled their chains and rushed towards the clone who succeeded. And between the 5 of them using chakra-enhanced strength, they forced Fu back into the ground. "Oh she-e-e-a-e-e-a-e-e-a-e-e-it." Fu yelled as she was jerked down, before being slammed back into the ground with such force that it made a crater on impact. "Huh, yes. Good work, girls." Karen congratulated as she high-fived her clones. However, much to their shock, Fu emerged from the crater with nothing but a few bruises. She appeared to be a bit dizzy by the way she moved. "Wow, that was brutal," Fu slurred. She shook her head in an effort to return her mind back to normal. So shall we continue? Fu's nonchalant attitude only made Karen even madder. She gritted her teeth, and angrily pointed at her. Everybody, get her. The clones nodded, pulled out a pair of kunai each, and charged at the green-haired girl. Fu also pulled a kunai, and charged at the clones as well. When she met them, she started to expertly hack them down as she parried their blows. In less than 10 seconds, the clones were no more. That was fun, but how about this? Fu stated as she put back the kunai on her tool pouch and started to make hand seals. Wind release, savage whirlwind. Fu created a whirlwind of dust that flied at Karen. The redhead replied with an elemental jutsu of her own. Earth release, earth-style wall. Upon finishing the hand seal, Karen slammed both hands down, erecting a wall of earth that managed to stop Fu's wind attack. However, much to her shock, the Taki Kunoichi broke through the wall as if it was never there, and charged at Karen. She could have easily flown over it. She did that to try to intimidate me. This girl isn't as stupid as she looks, Karen thought as she braced for the impact. Damn it, how could I forget that I could fly over the wall? I broke a nail punching it down. Fu absent-mindedly thought as she charged. That kunoichi of your village is pretty strong, Shibuki-san, Jiraya told Shibuki. The young Taki leader smiled. Thank you, she's indeed a very special girl. Jiraya nodded, and then leaned towards Shibuki. Nobody would ever guess that she got so far thanks to the help of 2 jonin, right? Jiraya whispered on Shibuki's ear, low enough so neither Tsunade would pick up what he was saying. Upon hearing those words, Shibuki's face lost all trace of color. Hokage Dano am sure that, Jiraya shot a fake reassuring smile at the panicky Shibuki. Relax, Shibuki-san. Enjoy the fight. We will talk about this once the exam is over, Jiraya told him, then he frowned, adding an unsaid, because we will talk about this. When she was in close quarter distance, Fu threw a punch at Karen, which the redhead managed to catch. She later tried to do the same with her other hand, but the result was the same. Upon seeing that Fu was unable to shake her hold, Karen smirked, and started to spin Fu in circles before tossing her high into the air. Unfortunately for Karen, Fu spread her wings while mid-air, and dived straight at Karen. Oh shit! Karen blurted before jumping aside. The redhead barely avoided the green-haired meteor that crashed against the ground. Still, the resulting shockwave was enough to make Karen fall on her butt. Like before, Fu emerged from the crater as if she barely registered the hit. Seriously, what the hell do they feed you? Karen asked in frustration. It can't be because she's a Jinchuriki. Naruto is also one and he isn't invulnerable. I ate a lot of ramen this week, but I believe we already had a similar conversation, Fu replied, before letting out a loud belch. Sorry, I think the spicy beef ramen didn't agree with my stomach. Guess I'm going to need some more firepower then. Karen angrily stated as she pulled out a kunai with an explosive tag attached to it and tossed it at Fu's feet. Fu yelped, and jumped backwards, barely avoiding the explosion. Karen tossed 3 more explosive kunai, and seeing that she would be unable to put enough distance while on land, Fu once again spread her wings and took off. Oh no, you don't. Karen said as she made a hand seal. Adamantine sealing chains. This time, Karen shoots several times from her back. Fu managed to dodge some, but 2 of them wrapped around her legs. With her opponent trapped once more, Karen grabbed the chains and pumping as much chakra as she could into her arms, she began to pull down. However, Fu wasn't going to allow being slammed into ground a second time, and she began to pull in the opposite direction. The girls engaged in a game of tug-of-war for a couple minutes, with none of them gaining the upper hand. Until an idea popped on Fu's chaotic mind, and not only stopped pulling, but she flew down at Karen. Karen at first grinned in victory upon being able to pull Fu down, but her grin was short-lived when she realized that the Taki Jinchuriki was flying at her at an unbelievable speed, her fist forward. The poor redhead was unable to avoid the brutal impact, which made a thundering noise, and raised a dust of cloud. When the cloud dispelled, everybody could see Fu sitting on Karen's stomach. The Uzumaki girl didn't move, and her forehead was bleeding. Her glasses laid broken a few meters from her. Yugao could still sense her chakra, which meant she was still alive, but clearly she wasn't going to continue fighting. Karen is in no condition to fight. Winner of the 6th match, Fu, the purple-haired woman declared. There will be a recess of 15 minutes before the next round begins. Fu, being the 3rd foreign ninja defeating a local one, and the 2nd in a row, didn't sit well with the public, who filled the air with their boos and profanities. However, like Gaara, and unlike Karui, Fu paid them no heed, and much to everybody's shock, Fu broke into a happy dance. Naturally, everybody took this as a sign of mockery, and boos grew louder. But this didn't deter Fu, who continued dancing as if no one was watching her. The boos eventually died down, but Fu made no sign of stopping her dance. Yugao walked to her, and placed a hand on her shoulder. Fu, you need to dash. The purple-haired woman was interrupted by Fu grabbing both her hands and forcing her to dance as well. Yugao, however, forcefully made Fu stop. Enough of this. If you don't return to the waiting area this instant, you will be disqualified, you got that? Okay. Sheesh, Fu grumbled as she walked away. I didn't know Konoha had laws against dancing. I guess it was much to ask for both of my genin to win their matches, Shizen sadly stated, before letting out a long sigh. Hey, Karen fought really well. She might still be a chunin, Tsunade reassured her. Well, at least one of the medics did make it to the final round, even if it wasn't one of your pupils. Yes, I'm happy for Hinata, but I doubt she'll go much farther given that she's going to fight against Naruto-kun, Shizen pointed out. Do you think Naruto Nii-sen will be able to fight Hinata? Hagane asked. Nah, Naruto's super crazy for her. He'll probably hold back, Kaida replied. What about Hinata? Will she hold back too? Hagane asked. Kaida pondered for a few seconds before answering. Maybe? I mean, I don't see Hinata going all out against our brother. Then it's going to be one boring match, Hagane replied. Infirmary, shortly before the 2nd round begins. Tenten opened her eyes. Where was she? The last thing she remembered was that she was fighting Gaara. As her memories slowly returned, she remembered that she had forfeited due her sheer exhaustion. And now she was lying down on a bed, her body full of bandages. Being unable to recognize her surroundings, she tried to sit up, but her body was hit by a wave of pain when she tried to move. Yuji, she moaned. Easy there. I don't know what you did, but you looked pretty beaten up when they brought you here, a voice said besides her. Tenten turned her head left, and saw Team Kurenai's only genin who didn't win his 1st round match, Haku. Looking around, she also saw other beaten participants lying on beds, such as Choji, Temari, and Tamaki. It was hard to tell if they were asleep or not. Haku? How long have I been here? She asked. About 20 minutes. The stadium has trembled a couple times, I guess that's what woke you up. Pity, it looked like you needed the nap, Haku told her. So, how was it? Tenten let out a long sigh. I was this close to winning. I risked my body in a way you couldn't imagine, and in the end it was for nothing. That Gaara was nearly impossible to beat. I know what you feel. Fighting Sasuke-san wasn't exactly a walk in the park, Haku emphatically said. Funny thing is, have I been the one to fight against Gaara? I might have won since I'm a water release user. I'm lightning, but I haven't worked on elemental ninjutsu much, Tenten admitted. There was a moment of silence that was interrupted by another thundering noise, maybe caused by the kunoichi fighting now. Hey, Tenten-chan? Haku asked. Yes, she replied, turning her face at him again. "There was something I wanted to tell you," Haku began. He swallowed, and tried to keep hold of his nerves. "I planned to wait until the finals were over, but given that both of us are out already, I don't see any reason to wait anymore." Tenten titled her head quizzically. "And that would be?" "Well," Haku began, and swallowed again. "I know that we don't know each other much, but you're smart, confident, strong, not to mention pretty girl, and I really like you. So would you like to go out with me sometime?" "What? You like me?" Tenten dumbly replied as the ice ninja's words started to sink. "You like me?" Oh my, this was something completely new for her. Despite being 14 years old, she had decided to focus on her ninja career first, and never showed any interest in any boy, and much to her chagrin, made her realize that until now no boy ever showed interest in her. "I'm sorry if I'm being too forward or blunt, but I don't feel like keeping it to myself anymore," Haku said in an apologetic tone. "No, it's okay. Oh boy, now I understand why Naruto told me that. What did Naruto tell you?" Haku asked, mildly concerned. "It doesn't matter now," Tenten replied. "As for you, well, you kinda caught me by surprise with that confession," Tenten laughed awkwardly. "And I don't think I should give you an answer now without thinking about it first. This was kind of unexpected. Just give me a couple days to make up my mind, okay?" "Yeah, sure, I can wait. This doesn't mean I'm going to say no. Or yes. I mean, I don't want to give you false hopes. It's just, well, very unexpected. I don't want to give you false hopes." "I know. You just said that," Haku smiled at her. "Don't get so flustered. Take all the time you need." "Why yeah. I better try to get some sleep." "That would be good. But I don't think I'll be able to sleep anytime soon after you dropped that bomb on me." Thanks for watching. If you enjoyed this video, smash that like button and subscribe for more content. Support the original author by clicking their profile link in the pinned comment of the first video of this series. They deserve the love. Want early access and exclusive content? Join my Patreon community, link below. Your support fuels these videos. Drop a comment with your thoughts, and I'll catch you in the next video. Stay entertained. Stay safe.